Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. I'll also do a quick shout out to all of you supporting my current GoFundMe in just a moment after I shout out all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout out first and foremost to Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKiernan, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fibre Oats, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive, huge, enormous thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. I'm going to do a shout out to all of you who've supported my current GoFundMe campaign. So I'm running a GoFundMe campaign for a new PC, which is very unfortunate, as unfortunately I've just literally in the last couple of weeks done exactly the same GoFundMe for a different YouTuber, which is Flatsoid. More power to him, I don't begrudge him it one bit, but it just means that it may take me a little bit longer to actually achieve my ends in this regard. That said, somebody did contact me out of the blue about supporting this campaign in perhaps a more major way, so that might be something positive on the horizon, so to speak. But as I say, in the meantime, I wanted to shout out all of you who've supported my GoFundMe campaign. So if I can just bring that up, let's do that right now. Here it is. So this is my latest GoFundMe campaign. It may be very well the last GoFundMe, as I've had it explained to me that for various reasons, Canadian truckers and alike, GoFundMe isn't necessarily a nice platform, so this will probably be the last one I do actually do on GoFundMe. But that aside, it's what I've been using and what I've used, and that's what I'm using now for the final time, probably. So there we go. Massive shout out to, as I say, all of the people who actually supported the campaign thus far. Just check if any of them wanted to remain anonymous, which one of them did. So shout out to Dan Kinsner. Really appreciate your support. Thank you very much indeed. An anonymous donor. Really appreciate your support also for £30. Really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Rob Hunston, woo, big donor, £50. Thank you very much indeed. Christopher Wright also, thank you very much for the £10 donation. Michael Jones, also £10. And Ryan Q. Vincent, who recently, in the last 24 hours, donated £10 also. So I really do appreciate the support. And as I said, it may take a little bit longer to actually grind our way to the total. My intention is to buy a PC that will last another 8 years, so the one that's currently working, and maybe I should get into why I'm actually doing this GoFundMe. So the graphics card failed, or it was failing, and I subsequently... no, there will be a show. Sorry, somebody's asking me something from Skype. There was... a GoFundMe to get a new graphics card, which I immediately got £500 for, and just went out and bought a new one, which initially solved the problem, but the problem was, or the problems were continuing in weird ways. So I thought I'll just get the PC serviced. So I contacted my PC guy and said, look, can you have a look at this? I want you to repaste the CPU and a couple of other things, put a new hard drive in, and basically give it a health check. So he did it for free. But in so doing, the very brittle motherboard started to fall to pieces when he took it out of the case and put it back in again. 2 of the RAM slots didn't work, so I could only get it working in single channel, and I could only get certain sticks of RAM to fit underneath the cooler that I was using, because that's what he had at DDR3. So he cobbled it together to get it working, and now it does. Now I haven't actually gone live with this PC. Now it's functioning in a kind of sketchy way. It does seem to be working now. It's recording, but with the real test is when it goes live. I hope it just functions okay for the now. If it slows down, so be it. But as a result, I'm just going to have to replace it. And when I say replace it, I don't mean replace the whole PC. Although it is. When you replace a motherboard and a CPU, that essentially, especially when there's a RAM change, that's the whole computer. So no, I'm not going to change my 4 6TB hard drives, or my 2TB NVMe drive, or the fans, or the case, or the power supply. But it will be, in essence, a new computer. And the bits I want to get are going to be equivalent to what I got 8 years ago, which is basically the top of the domestic line. That said, I probably won't get the top of the domestic line because I don't think it's necessary. So I'm going to step down to an i5 as opposed to an i7, just from the current lineup. So it's bang up to date, modern, will hopefully satisfy my needs for the next 7 or 8 years, albeit on a new motherboard and with some new RAM and a new cooler. So, yep, that in essence is a new computer. So that's why I've just called this campaign FEDPC2, as that's what it is. If you did choose to donate to the campaign, make sure you set the tip amount to 0. So in this little bar, you have to click on how much tip amount you want. It's automatically set to about 15%, which will come out of the amount that you contribute, which isn't good, obviously. So just set that to 0 and then obviously put whatever it is that you want to contribute to the campaign, if indeed you do want to contribute to the campaign. Much obliged to all who've done so already. Also, if you can't afford to or don't want to give me any money, which is perfectly understandable, then please share the campaign. That helps sometimes as much. I've had contributors come directly from people who've shared the campaigns. So please share the campaign. Just click on copy, paste it into your Facebook, or click on the direct link buttons that are already in GoFundMe there. So I'll leave a link in the info box. And a massive shout out to all of you who've supported me so far. It really is appreciated. And as I say, I do understand that it may take a little bit of time to get up to my grand total, which is quite high, as I want to buy a modern platform and the modern equipment, and it's expensive, especially in the current climate with chip shortages and silicon shortages and COVID having just happened and high demand for various PC parts in spite of the recent global collapse in mining terms. But there we go. That aside, hopefully I'll reach my target within the next few months. Or maybe it'll take the next few days. Who knows? We'll see how it goes. But I'll keep you updated on these pre-shows if you're watching after the fact when this comes out on the second channel, which will be on Wednesday. It may be the case that we're a little bit close to the total, but at the moment I've raised £130, which is fantastic. So thank you very much to all of you who've supported me so far.
Something he wants to share with you.
He doesn't want to share with me on a live on a recording though. So hi Nidhugger, first of all. Thank you for your message.
Hello.
Yeah, you wanted to talk to me in a private room, I assume, not in a recorded show.
I would prefer it, yeah.
That's okay. I'll hang around after the recording ends, unless you've got Skype, in which case I can chat to you now while these guys do.
I can move you
yes, one of my emails had the ID in.
Hold on, right.
Are you recording right now?
Yes, always.
Okay, because I can move you guys in a private room, I was going to say.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not that advanced on how to separate out the audio so I can have a conversation on the same system that's private. I don't know how to do that. I probably could, but on the fly I can't.
Maybe I'll
send you a link to my server.
One more time.
Let me check. $11:46.
The alternative is I could just pause the recording. So it's not, I mean, misadvertising it when it says it's uncut.
I've added you to the private chat. It's just you need to click on the voice to go into it. That's all. So you need to leave here and go to there.
Okay. How do I do that? I don't know how to do this. Can it wait till after the recording? I just don't want to chew up the recording when we're trying to do something that I know I can't do now that I'm recording. And we're going to start the live show in 10 minutes anyway. Are you okay to...
So, but when you do, you just click on my server that you've joined, and then you scroll down to the bottom of the list, and that will say private chat, and just click on the voice private chat. And only you can see that because I made it just for us two.
Okay. I'll try on my iPad.
Right.
I can't see, it's not immediately obvious how to do that from what's in front of me. But that's okay. I'm a total novice when it comes to Discord, but I'll figure it out on the iPad after we've done the live show.
All right, I'm going to move us back in the live stream. I didn't know you were doing a show today. So hold on.
Yeah, well, I wanted to see that the computer would work, and it does. Well, I hope it does when I go live. That's when it all... It's already slow, but it's going to slow down even more as soon as I go live. So just bear with me. If I'm like, yes, I can share that, just don't expect it to be my usual snappy self, because the PC isn't its usual snappy self. So things just take longer to do. Does that make sense?
Oh, so you won't be playing computer games while everyone's talking?
No, definitely not. No, it just means things are sluggish. So when I press a button, what happens normally is instantly it does what I want it to do. Whereas while I was setting up the show, I was like, oh, has it loaded? Is it going to come up?
Yep, I can hear.
Oh, I'll just repeat what I just said. I said the problem is, like with any computer that's grinding to a halt, you press a button and it doesn't instantly do it. You know what I mean? This is real first world problems. I shouldn't be moaning. I'm e-begging for £1,000 at the moment to get a new computer. And why? Well, because when I press a button, it doesn't immediately happen. That doesn't sound like a big deal, but it really is. It's hard to explain. I'm smiling because it sounds so terrible. It sounds like, just deal with it. Just press the button and wait 5 seconds. And then when it happens, it's happened 5 seconds later. What's the big deal? It's like, well, because when there's a really fast conversation going on and someone says, can you just present Skype? And I go and click on Skype. Nothing happens. I go, oh, did I click on it? And then I press on it again. And then something goes wrong. This program's not responding. Oh, no. Why didn't I just wait the 5 seconds? Anyway, enough of me moaning. It works. It works. We're going to have a show. That's all that matters.
Thank God for that.
Yeah, thank God.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we all hear you, Neil, obviously.
I saw
Hello?
your PC video.
Hold on.
And I have a solution
Just one
for
second. Can you guys
water
in G
trouble.
Plus hear us?
I can hear
Wait,
you.
who?
Neil, don't do this
Hello?
to me. Neil, I've got PC issues, so you're making them worse by making out you can't hear us?
Hello?
Thank you, Paul. At least I know Discord. I'd have started clicking
I hear
buttons.
you, I hear you, I hear you.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. Yeah, just what I need.
Now I do, because my thing wasn't plugged in. Not you, me.
Yes, thank you. I would stress those concerns about your technical issues to somebody who's running a show with lots of technical issues currently. Thank you for that. Just what I need.
You're welcome.
Wow, that's great. I'm sorry about that, Nathan. How much is your GoFundMe for?
£1,000. Slow tumbleweed rolls along. £1,000. That sounds horrendous. Yeah, it is.
Me
The
down
motherboard
to
in the
50,
current
back to
PC
50.
costs me 70 quid. The current motherboard for a new Intel processor, which is what I want to get, is more expensive than the chip itself. I kid you not. It's just ludicrous.
Put me down for 50.
Say again?
Put me down for 50, I'll send it to you.
No, don't send me anybody else.
Yeah, I got back to work last week, so I'll help you out when I get paid. I'm kind of in a spot at the moment.
I don't want to e-beg to you guys, although I do. I'm not going to lie. Thank you.
This show is important to us. It's not just about you.
If this had been 4 years ago, I could have probably found it in my couch.
Right. It sounds similar to that's kind of like Flatsoy's story when he was telling me about his situation. He didn't tell me he was talking about it on a live stream. You know, at one point he was really successful. He had loads of money. And then he got screwed over and now he hasn't. And now he's just very grateful that he can cobble together a PC. And that's kind of, you think, yeah, I can totally relate to that. At one point I was driving a really expensive car with loads of money coming in left, right and centre, selling stuff that was £1 million. You know, just ludicrous. Really, really, really high-end electronics to really high-end studios and really rich people. Royalty in some cases. The people that could afford this stuff. And at that point, you're like, oh, well, the money's not really any concern. I'll just buy this £1,200 coffee machine because I want it. You know, things like that. You just kind of lose the value of money. And then you just, or at least I did, I made an assessment on what I wanted out of life. And went, no, I want more time. I'm going to have kids. I want a family. I want more time. And you can't buy it. You can only sacrifice money for it. In other words, if you give up some of your time that you dedicate to earning money, you get the time back and lose the money. It's really, really simple. But, I don't know. a more humble existence where you occasionally have to e-beg because you literally can't just go and get a grand out your bank, is unfortunate. But it's just like, don't moan about it. Just be grateful that you've got a community that's actually interested in the subject that you cover, to the point where they do want to help you out if it looks like there's going to be an issue. In this case, a failing PC. They're like, well, I want the show to run daily, therefore I'll support it. You're like, that's more fulfilling for me personally than just having the cash in the bank.
Is Sleeping Warrior helping you with it?
It doesn't. I don't really need his help. I did actually contact him about the motherboard, because I was like, what's the score with these motherboards? The motherboard costs more than the chip. And it's just the way it goes. I mean, I've got a lot of hard drives, so I need a lot of SATA ports, and slightly cheaper, as opposed to 330 quid motherboards, 220, which is still horrendous. Should be the top of the range, but that's just the way I view these things. I've got a very 1980s attitude to PC components and their prices. But either way, it's just, I need a certain spec, and it's just a high-end spec now, because I've added more and more hard drives as the show's obviously progressed. I've stored all the stuff on hard drives. Now I've got 4 of them, plus a DVD writer, and I'll inevitably need to add another one in a couple of years. So 4 SATA ports on all the cheaper boards just isn't enough. I need 6. So I'm like, well, I don't want a high-end motherboard, but I've got to have one if I want 6 SATA ports. But, one of them.
Is there any option in the way of like plug and play technology that you on?
Yo, can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, Neil.
Okay, good. I don't know what's going on with this freaking wires of mine.
I can hear you, Neil.
No, the antecedent for a perturbation is something to perturbate in.
I'm waiting for this ain't good if Nathan gets the show started yet. Not good. But anyway. I can't wait for Q's video. He's coming out. But killing that Ethan nonsense.
Well, I could understand the ether prior to the photoelectric effect, and
Hey, John, this ain't good. It don't take him this long to see ya. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. Not good.
Someone on 24/7 was trying to tell me that an interference pattern was a way of...
I know what?
In the delayed choice
the-
quantum arrays experiment.
well, the interference pattern, you can describe it as a wave mathematically and guess where the point of contact will be based on that mathematical probability. But that'd be like me holding my hand up and showing the shadow of my hand as a dog and saying my hand's a dog because look, that looks like the shadow of a dog,
This ain't good, gentlemen.
Right. A few issues. I've sorted them. I think we can go live.
Now
You're all
I feel
excited?
better.
We are actually going to go live. It looks like it anyway.
We were just saying this ain't good. It don't take this long for you to go live.
What did I explain to you about 5 minutes ago? Welcome, Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you'd like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, and crypto link in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by, I'm going to guarantee it's Arwin joining right in the middle of my intro, 10th Man, Refracted Curvature, Neil, and a whole bunch of people in Discord. So welcome, one and all.
Hello,
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
There can't be evidence for something that doesn't exist.
Nobody ever claimed that.
Why, they say ether exists.
Who
Do
says
they?
ether exists? Who
Do
says
the
that?
bars?
The usual suspects. So what's the geometric horizon?
Well, it's supposed to be where Earth curve is if Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959.
Oh dear. Sorry, Black Swan.
It's kind of funny. This argument's went beyond the horizon, though. Now, you know.
A nice one. It's like a guy showing up and saying, I want to buy your used car. Do you have listed in the newspaper for sale? You say, great. It's $3,000. It's as is. Show me the cash. Well, I can't show you the cash, but I still want to buy it. Well, then you can't buy it if you can't show me the cash. It's like the ballers. We're on the ball. Okay, well, show me the curve. Well, I can't show you the curve, but we're still on the ball.
No, the guy would be saying to the salesman, nobody's expecting to see cash for this car.
No, that's anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, I stand corrected, my bad.
Yeah. I don't talk to zombies.
No, it's okay, you're right, I'm wrong. That would be
you're
anti-flat
right.
earthers.
No, you're right. No, you're right. If you want to talk to zombies, that's what they say.
Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Nobody ever expects to see Coriolis deviation.
Coriolis
You wanna
deviation
beg-
is almost synonymous with globe Earth turning. If you say Coriolis effect to your average normie, normally the only time they've heard that term is when describing something to do with the Earth spinning. It's not synonymous. It's an effect that we can observe if we're turning beneath things that aren't attached. But they claim that Earth's turning beneath things that aren't attached for us to see them seem to drift, and that effect the globe Earth is claimed to have is called Coriolis. Like I say, most people assume it's synonymous. It's not. We don't even see it. There is no Coriolis effect on this ground we're standing on. We don't see it happen. It doesn't happen. It should happen if we were turning, and it doesn't. There is no Coriolis
Right.
effect on a globe
So they
Earth.
conjured up Globiolus, where actual deviations are declared to be caused by Coriolis deviation. But other than Globiolus effect, there isn't any Coriolis deviation. So that was their solution.
Right, so what Arwen's saying is that when they describe something like a wind turning, they ascribe that to a Coriolis deflection. But Coriolis deflection in reality is not actual drift. For example, you're on a roundabout and there's two people not on the roundabout throwing a ball over the top of it. As you turn beneath the ball looks like it curves. That's not actual curve, it just looks like it because you're turning beneath. That's Coriolis effect. Not actual drift observed as you turn beneath. So the Earth turning beneath things, causing them to look like they're curving when they're not really curving, is the effect that's claimed. Now, we don't have that effect. Nothing looks like it's curving with Earth turning beneath it, because that would mean Earth was turning beneath things at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. we'd definitely notice it would have consequences. It doesn't happen. So they then do what Arwin's described, which is say, well, this Coriolis effect is actually a wind actually turning. It's like, no, it isn't. Coriolis is not actual deflection observed as you turn beneath. Something looking like it's curving when it isn't, like a ball travelling straight over the top of a roundabout, looking like it's curving because you turn beneath it. That's not wind turning, that's actual drift, as Arwin correctly identifies. Any more on Coriolis effect and axial rotation?
By the way, Globiolus, trademark Brian's logic.
It is, yeah, Brian came up with that. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say, Coriolis is an interesting way to beg the question that Earth has an axis and a radial value. So I think that's why it's been done, is just to be able to beg the question.
Right. Take your description that's incorrect about an effect we don't observe, but is detailed to be the effect we're observing when we describe something that doesn't actually occur, but is described to occur in something that's actually drifting, when you assume Earth has an axis to be rotating to cause this not effect described incorrectly as an effect of something curving. Yeah, it's a long old road to get to making Earth turn when the ground beneath your feet most definitely isn't moving at all. But you can make people think it with that convoluted gaggle screw of telling people that deflection in winds is Coriolis effect, when Coriolis effect is not actual deflection, not actual turning, and that all requires an assumption of an axis and an Earth that turns to not give you any exhibitable, not actual drift, and not be an actual drift in winds.
And don't forget water going down the drain in different directions, allegedly.
Yeah,
according
that's
to
an actual curved trajectory of the water, though, isn't it? If you put a leaf in the water, you'd see it actually spinning down the drain. Well, again, that's not akin or comparable to a ball tossed over a roundabout looking like it's curving because you turn beneath it. That's actual spin direction, actual deflection, not perceived deflection in the water because you're spinning. They convolute what Coriolis really is, so that there's a long, convoluted gaggle screw of conversation about Coriolis effect rather than about the assumption that we've got an axis and we're turning.
Yep, that's and why would anyone assert that a measurably flat plane has a spherical radius value?
Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
No evidence.
I was meditating on what refracted curvature say. Say it again.
Why would you assert that a measurably flat plane has a spherical radial value?
I wouldn't.
Or would I?
It was rhetorical. Go ahead.
Why wouldn't you, John?
Because flat planes aren't spherical?
Good enough for me.
Some people like the really is level and not the pretend Narnia world level. So, yeah.
What is the sun?
I don't know. Any evidence of the distance to it?
Maybe if we knew what it was.
Angular distance.
It's in the sky above my job right now.
Sorry, an angle, two straight lines meeting at a vertex. Distance.
Yeah, I just conjured it up. Angular distance.
It's all right. Brian tried to do this and he got a load of stick for it because he came up with a new term, sort of mariner's miles or something like that. And you're talking about the conversion at 1 degree for every 69. Is it 69 nautical miles? I always get this wrong.
60 nautical, 69 statute.
69 statute miles. 1 degree every 60 nautical miles. And you're saying that that's an angular distance. No, it isn't. You're making that conversion.
Ah, damn it, you got me.
It's just I only pull you on it because I don't want it to descend into... It won't because I've done this, but Brian got pulled up on the same thing because he was like, well, the two are the one and the same. Well, yeah, they are directly linked because you're going to take a measurement of the star or sun or whatever it is you're using to triangulate your position with, and its angle, i.e. how high above the horizon elevation angle measurement is going to be converted into a distance to give you a radius of a circle that you're going to draw all around that particular point on the ground, the sun or star's GP. And that's got to be based on a distance measurement that you got from that angle. Now, the reason I want to bring it up or labour the point is because when Adam first detailed this, he said it as it was. It's like the fact that we get this relationship from the star's GP when you measure its angle is absolutely wondrous. Doesn't make any sense at all. It certainly doesn't make any sense when you go up in elevation and it doesn't change. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But the beauty of how it works doesn't matter. It works. That's how it's done. Yeah? And it needs a flat plane and 90 degrees below the star in all directions across a flat plane that's absolutely vast. No curve can be used to take these angle measurements. And the beauty and majesty that the heavens have offered us in terms of this method of navigation isn't really for us to ponder, as horrible as that may sound. I'll ponder it and marvel at it, and you may also do so. I'm not giving you permission, I'm saying you may do so, but it's not really a discussion point. Why are the stars like that? That's why I've dragged this out into distance to the sun. Well, I don't know. Isn't it wonderful? But how they function is 1 degree for every 69 statute miles. Got it in the end. That's how it works. Doesn't matter why it works that way. What matters is to function that way, it must be flat to measure the angle.
We know why it works that way. They did back engineered Polaris from the horizon to zenith position from 90 to 0. And of course, they're going to use a circle because they're going to reify the Earth as a globe. So they got to use a circle. The circle has 360 degrees. So obviously, in order for it to match the back engineered Polaris elevation angles from a flat plane, they can be no more than 90. That's why the 90 kill zone, because when they say take your angle measurements, and they're, of course, the ballers saying that's happening from a curved surface. Well, we know you can't get angle measurements from a curved surface. Thank you, John, for that previous statement. So then what do they have to do? We have to say we're getting it from the plane if you cut the Earth in half. And now if you cut the Earth in half, you have a horizontal line. Place a protractor on that. 90 is directly above you. And so each degree has to be something. So each degree has to be 60 nautical miles because we can't see Polaris anymore when it gets at 0. So that's what we'll do.
Is there any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
Negative.
Irregular planes with mountains and valleys do not have a molten iron core.
Yeah, that's violation of the celestial sphere model, indeed.
I think you answered that when you said presupposed.
Well, the measurements are supposed to be from the center, and that's where your eyeball is supposed to be in the celestial sphere model. And if there was a molten iron core there, your eyeball will melt.
Yes, good point. The angle measurement, when you're verifying your position with respect to the celestial sphere and the stars you're measuring, in their globe reification takes place at the centre. So your angle comes from the centre of the presupposed spherical Earth, i.e. where the molten iron core should be, for it to function correctly. Isn't that nuts?
Be looking out at the globe then, right?
You're looking up at a concave Earth. When you translate first off from celestial sphere with plane to inside edge of globe projected up to the arc of your measurement tool off a flat plane. Well, that's the inside of a concave Earth that you'd be looking at when you're referencing the angle.
Why do you think they all say a sextant is a glorified, someone say it?
Angle measuring device. It's just a protractor.
Protractor. It's a glorified protractor. So now if you're at the center of that 180 line that makes the protractor baseline, where the vertex is, and you look up, what do you see? Concave Earth.
Are y'all talking about Hollow Earth? Because it sounds like we're going into Hollow Earth with that.
Let me get the
Well,
diagram.
it's a-
Hold on. Let me
Well,
get,
that, what
let me
I'm
get the
saying,
diagram. Hold on. I'll just get the diagram from, I believe it was in Master B, where you've got a globe Earth with the projection of you standing in the middle in a void, and then you've got the celestial sphere wrapped around the globe Earth. It doesn't actually show. Go on.
But all I'm referencing is exactly what they put in print, which is the horizontal coordinate system. And that's the guy or gal in the middle with a flat disk as his baseline and the arc of the tool above them.
Okay, I'm just going to bring up Skype for you guys watching the show live. So this is a celestial sphere with the measurement angle out to the star from the centre of a globe Earth. So let's just bring up a slightly different diagram. Okay, so in this diagram, oh, come on. Just bear with me a minute. It doesn't want to show me. Stupid computer. Oh, there we go. Done it a different way. So here we have us at the centre on a flat plane where we mentioned earlier, right, in the middle of the core. Well, when you take this angle, you're referencing the inside of the projected map. We're using the Haversine formula from the celestial sphere. So if you take this point and draw out what Tenth has just described, 0 to 180, that's your line, the baseline for the protractor. Well, the protractor's measuring this angle, so it's measuring through this arc. This would be the arc of the protractor, yeah, off the flat baseline, to the star that you're looking at. Well, all you're doing when you measure this angle is standing on the ground, looking at a star and measuring the angle. That's all you're doing. But when they draw it in this fashion, you are standing on the inside of the projected map. So you are on the inside of a concave Earth. Prior to, well, you'd had to have applied the Haversine formula to get to this projection in the first instance. Make sense? But either way, the angle acquisition is depicted here as on the inside of the concave projected map derived by way of Haversine formula from the celestial flat plane model with a sphere of the heavens above it. Whew, that was a lot of words. So concave in this.
No, hang on. Nathan, I'm going to put 3 slides. I've got 2 of them up. Go to these 2, and I'm going to get the 3rd slide in Master B for you to show. Give me a second. But you can comment on these while I get the 3rd.
Just bear with me.
I love the idea of concave, freaking reverse curvature. It's hilarious.
Oh, I really want to click it again. Come on.
The Black Swan kind of broke the nose of the globers and the concavers all at once, you know?
Okay, I've got it up. Hopefully this is the right one, otherwise we'll be here all day. So, local sky coordinates, correct? Please say yes.
Yes, yes. So I'm trying to get the 3rd one. Now you got me commenting. Yes, I'll go there and I'll list the next one after that. So you want to comment or you want me to comment?
I haven't even looked at this. I don't know what you're going to make
Okay,
as
I'll
an
comment.
example.
I'll comment. Local sky coordinates. This is how it's done. This is a horizontal coordinate system. When you're using a sextant, that's what they are attributing it to. Horizontal coordinate system. Azimuth is the angle round from the north, and altitude is the angle up from the horizon. Now, it can't be any clearer than that. Bean Boy sees the object at about an azimuth of 200 degrees. So go to north, 0 degrees, work your way around in the clockwise motion. You're going to hit 200 as it shows there. So that's your bearing. You can't even do azimuth on the ball. You have to use a flat plane for that. So you got 200-degree compass reading for the direction of the star in this case. And what's the altitude up from the horizon with your sextant, a glorified protractor? It's 60 degrees up from the horizon. And they give you a limitation now. You can't minus this, but from one number and one number only. Who wants to give me that number?
90.
Oh my gosh, 90. Zenith position, directly above Bean Boy. would be 90. So he's up from the horizon at 60, which leaves him a co-altitude of, what's 60 from 90? 30, right? 1,800 miles. He's from his GP, his vertical, his zenith. His GP on Earth, where he's at as an observer, is 1,800 miles from where that star is over the plane that he lives on. Two-step method when you use the horizon. Get the altitude angle, which is the elevation angle, which must have a baseline that is obviously flat, straight, 180. Can't work off a curve. You can't get an elevation angle from a curve. Next slide. Here's a depiction showing how they want to sell it to you. Well, see, we cut the globe in half, and we actually get it where the molten iron core is, where that dot is in the middle of that semi-hemisphere there, half of a globe. And that's the real angle. But see, you live on a curved surface, so we know it doesn't work from a curve. So we'll have you use your eye line horizon, which isn't even the real horizon. It's just your eye line horizon, and that's only given to you by a plumb line or a bubble sextant. So we're still not using the curved surface of the Earth here. But, if starlight comes in parallel, then there'll be a corresponding angle on that plane at the center and the plane that your bubble sextant gives you at your eye line. We still haven't used the curve of the Earth to get anything. But then they draw this little cone shape from the eye of the observer using a bubble sextant or an artificial horizon, also known as, and it creates a little circle, a small area that's called the visual horizon, also known as the offing, O-F-F-I-N-G. And that's pretty much it for a person on the surface. And what they see is all they see, because perspective comes in, and that's the vanishing point of the view. And all of that is treated flat.
I would just real quick like to say that the depression angle from your eye line to the plane below you, their argument about the dip angle being to a geometric horizon, it's not. It's a differential between two planes and a correction in the device where you use the horizon to get an angle. That's all it is.
That's what it actually is, as opposed to their claim that it's the refracted, non-refracted straight line tangent that's also bent to a horizon you can't see. No, it's not. It's the differential between two flat planes. We're always going to be dealing with flat planes. That's why we're drawing out parallel lines. And when you establish one, you don't need to do any correction, i.e. if you use a bubble sextant. But if you're using something in your natural vision, that would be the horizon, then you're correcting to the plane of the ground. That's all you're doing. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
No, go back to the slides. I'm not done.
Oh, are you not? Oh,
No,
okay.
I got three more. And then I still am looking for the one I want to send you.
Okay, I thought we were moving on.
We are. As soon as we
Okay, I've got you.
validate. We need
Girl at the beach.
fun. Yeah, girl at the beach. Sea level, eye level to sea level is 2 meters. John, I think this is what you're calling height of eye correction, a depression angle. See, this is the only correction you do with the sextant using the natural horizon that the other methods don't ask you to do. Why do the other methods don't ask you, not proper English there, but why do the other two methods, whether it's an artificial horizon using the liquid in the pan or the bubble sextant using a spirit level, why do they say no height of eye correction needed? Anybody?
You already have a flat plane.
All you're
Thank
trying to
you.
do is establish a horizontal, because you're going to be measuring in the vertical with respect to the horizontal. Once you've established the horizontal, there's no further considerations needed.
Every time I go to get the side, you guys finish up and leave a gap. All right, next slide. So here's a guy looking at the sun setting using the Western Natural Horizon. Doesn't have a bubble sextant here. He doesn't have a pen of mercury. And so the angle, now he's doing it here with a Venus thing, but basically you get the idea. He's got to make sure that that eye line, baseline, is at sea level if he's using the sea here. It doesn't show if it's flat ground or sea. But you can't get an angle with a curved surface, and this just proves it no matter what you're doing with it. Next slide. Now this one is the killer of all slides, because this is from them telling you one thing and then showing you another. So they got 90 at the bottom, and they show a curved baseline. They're already flunked geometry right there. You can't fool us anymore. You can't put 90 and say we live on a curve, because you can't get 90 from a curve. From a curve. Now you know why all the angle measurements are coming from a presupposed equatorial plane at the center of a ball that doesn't exist, because the ball itself can never give it to you from the surface. You're hoodwinked if you keep believing, after all the evidence we put out, after they show us in their own slides from their own celestial navigation books, that you need a 90, and you're still believing you live on the ball.
If you want to rub a little salt in the wound, 10th, you could point out that you can't get a 90 from a curve, and you can't use refraction to get 90 or to get an angle to a curve either.
I've never understood that term, putting salt in a wound. You ever been in the sea after? If you when you're a kid, you remember going in the sea?
It burns.
Well, yeah, it burns, but it makes the wound rapidly heal.
Yes. But it burns.
Healing's painful.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. Rapid healing is even more painful.
Yeah, I'm trying to help them rapidly heal from their low birth affliction.
Okay, so contextually it does make sense. You're not being vindictive when you say, pour salt into the wound. Saying, look, we've slashed you open with your glow birth faith, now you're lying bleeding. So we're going to pour a little salt in. Now, obviously, if there's a gaping wound, that's not going to help at all, but you know what I mean.
All right, last slides. I'll be done after this 3.
Okay.
So you see the guy looking at a plane vertically stood up, his eye line, his horizon at his eye line. That is not the Earth's horizon. That's his eye line horizon established by a bubble. Now the ground he's standing on eventually appears to come up and meet up with that if you have enough distance in front of you. That's called perspective. Let's go to the next slide. Eye level. See, when you use your eyes and you're standing above this river, perspective, the way life is thrown at you, these lines meet up somewhere. They meet up with your eye because your eye is designed that way. Now, if you take these two lines further out, it's going to meet up with this river. So it appears that the ground rises up to your eye level the longer you look. But imagine this woman holding a sextant, and that's the sea instead of a river, and she's on a boat on the deck. She's got to bring that eye to the sea level. That's height of eye correction, so that she wouldn't have this depression angle to it. That's what John is trying to explain. Next slide. See this cartoon figure of a girl and the equatorial plane and a,
No, just hold on.
you know,
Okay.
yeah, so you can see if you place a transparent protractor here, she'll be standing on the plane of the protractor, the 180 part, and then the arc would be the arc of the protractor. And this is how they back engineered everything to the plane we live on. That's why the little, the little girl in their model is at the center of the Earth. But in reality, she's on the surface of this beautiful plane, irregular plane, because it's got valleys and mountains. But sea level tells you what the level part is. God created this for us. This is what you live on. You're not at the center here. It's the arc of your eye and the vision, the way your eye works. So when the sun is rising from the east, as is shown here, it can get no higher than 90 degrees because that would be directly above you, your zenith, and then starts descending towards the west, and you're going to lose it at zero. It's too far away, not because there's Earth curve. It's so good to be on this show.
Can you go and dig out that slide for the void slide? Do you know what I mean by the void? The concave one we had up earlier.
Yes.
I know
let me go back.
It'll be a faff if I try and go back and get it. So after this slide, we're going to show you what we described earlier, which is the celestial sphere model, which this is in essence the most crude way of depicting that on screen now, with you standing on a flat plane measuring an angle to a star. That's its height above the horizon. Well, what's its height? Well, it's its elevation angle. Well, what's an elevation angle? Well, it's a measure in the vertical plane, and that needs to reference the horizontal plane. It's just that simple. So from those measurements taken to derive the celestial sphere model, you can then translate them into what we're about to show in a second when 10th Man digs it up, which is the inside, the void of a concave Earth projected out from your position. So the map is projected from the centre out from the angle measurement position as depicted here on this slide. But then you have beyond the internal concave sphere Earth translated from a flat plane model celestial sphere, you then have the actual dome of the heavens wrapped around that. So you have a sort of two-layer concave Earth followed by a sphere of the actual measurements. Not for me, it's not. Oh, there it is.
Okay,
I got it. Here we go. So, as described, the slide before has got you taking an angle. Where's this red dot? Well, it's in the centre of this concave Earth because it's been translated from that flat model onto this. Later, they can then translate this onto a cylinder. So you can wrap a cylinder around this globe projection that's come from a flat Earth model and then project the points out onto the cylinder and then lay the cylinder flat, aka the Mercator projection, or Gall-Peters. They are cylindrical projections. And if you want to see more on how that's done with a really great graphic, I don't know where he got it. I know he didn't make it, but he got it from a program that showed how this was done. Rob Durham has got a video on the failure to acquire elevation angle measurements from a curved baseline, aka sphere Earth. But in the process of describing how that's done, he describes with visual depiction of what is actually going on when I say they wrap a cylinder around this globe and then project out the points onto that cylinder so you can roll it flat. But it'll still measure through these longitude and latitude lines the same reference to the sphere. Hence it still works when you roll it back out flat, having projected it from a flat Earth to a sphere to a cylinder to a flat map.
Nathan, I'm sorry for lying. I got 2 more slides.
Okay, I'll just go to a slightly different view for this one. There we go, it works straight away.
Great. Right there in the middle, next to the picture on the top left, line of position, looks like a right angle, looks like a 90 box, looks like a circle in dotted plane to that circle. Read from there to the right. I'll read it. From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth. Now I can continue reading of radius r, known as the line of position LOP. Radius r here is the GP of the S1, star 1, to the observer at O. The radius is always a straight line. So that bottom line from the star's GP to the observer is radius r, not radius of a ball. You can't have a plane surface on the Earth that's thousands of miles long. Next slide. 2021, now labeled age of the sextant. This is what's happening. You see that transparent protractor. There's a reason for that. That's how they want you to think you live on that surface when really that's just the arc of the tool and the way your eye works. Because if you look straight at something to the very far right of your eye and to the far left of your eye, you can't get 90. It's only directly in front. And your eye makes a circle, believe it or not. If you see the picture of a protractor on an eyeball, you can see how your eye works, and they've hijacked that and try to fool you. You don't live on the arc of a protractor.
Last but by no means least, you've got your girl on the beach again. This is how it's done. This is what you see. The only difference being when you do this, even this diagram has essentially changed the view so that you see the side of your own head. So this has probably come from a globe reference, just purely by the way it's depicted.
I reposted that, Nath, solely because of what it demonstrates. I hope it is a globy picture, because if you look at it mathematically, what is it saying? What is it telling you in this picture? Look, you've got the place where the person's standing is 0.5 metre above sea level. She's 1.5 metres tall. And then there's a line drawn from her eyes out to the horizon. And this is what height of eye correction is. This picture really does demonstrate it and summarise the claim. Sea level, that line all the way out from the observer's feet out to the horizon is level. And this is what height of eye adjustment is. Look, how if your eye is 2 metres above, you're lining up with things that are 2 metres below your feet, even though they're rising to your eye level. That's what the calculation is. And that amply demonstrates it fundamentally with the claim, look, that the sea is level, and at the horizon, that bit of the sea is still 2 metres below the eye line, the actual parallel eye line, yeah? It's a clear statement that that surface is flat.
Well said, Adam. Well said. And that's the horizon that she's seeing is the offing. It's that small circle that all of us would see. And it can get larger if the weather's better. But if the weather's poor, it's really smaller, tighter cone of vision. But it's all flat.
Can we move on to gravity?
Well, you think the show's falling flat all of a sudden for some reason on this subject, or
Whatever that is.
Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Which one?
Current gravity, Einsteinian gravity.
Why does a flat Earth need gravity?
We don't.
Yeah, we don't need gravity.
Okay, so why did they invent gravity, which, again, much like the invisible Earth-based Coriolis that no one ever sees or feels or any of that, no one's ever observed gravity. They've called something with weight falling through a medium gravity and said there's a force pulling it. And now they've changed it and said, well, that force is not real. So gravity's not a force anymore. Now it's some concept in 4D space. What's going on here?
Gravity's their god. It's part of their creation story.
Yeah, they had to have a way to keep people stuck to the ball.
If it was actually a force, would it come to a point where they would say it's not a force anymore, or would it just still be a force?
Which part of the doublespeak? You've got the Big Bang, everything from nothing, divide by zero, get everything. So everything expands out at a vast rate. But then they have this claimed bending of a conceptual medium, pseudo-Riemannian force-based time bending, that causes mass to accrete. So you have gravitational accretion. So if you imagine the story of the moon's formation, right? They've got Theia smashing into Earth, and then the debris blasts off into the sky vacuum, second law of thermodynamics violation, right? But then they say that that debris from both Earth and Theia is in orbit around the Earth. And eventually, through gravitational accretion, forms the moon. So that is their god. It's their god of creation.
I mean, it sounds like a cool story.
Gravitational accretion is their god. Gravity is their god.
Well, they can't have a globe without it, and they can't have a globe without R, so they just lost two gods.
Well, they really worship the sun, though, don't they?
Hold on.
They worship the sun.
And it's also outside of physical reality. So in that sense,
what is gravity?
it is very much like God.
Well, yeah, well, maybe that's another reason to push it into the conceptual 4D space-time medium that doesn't exist. So it's a bit more ethereal, if that's the right word.
Non-material related.
Oh yeah, sounds familiar.
If I had an inaccurate description of a phenomenon no one ever observed, that's where I would try to push it to as well.
Absolutely. Push it into the conceptual. Who's going to argue? Here it is in the maths.
Right. And the conceptual medium, allegedly, according to the story, caused the world to become as it is, according to them. So it is very much a parallel with God.
No, that's incorrect. Just get their rhetoric right. I hate to correct you on their rhetoric. No, that's the effect. The effect is bending space-time. The cause, which you just described to the effect, they do it also. They're wrong too. The cause is the uneven distribution of mass.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything, though.
I'm just telling you
it's the same.
Okay, I'm just telling you what causes space and time to bend in their claim in pseudo-Riemannian force space-time bending. Pseudo-Riemannian force space-time bending, that's gravity. But it's an effect.
Right.
But it's an effect. The effect
Yes,
as a result of the uneven distribution of mass. So the cause of gravity is the uneven distribution of mass. So back to the God story I gave, mass is being distributed by way of the Big Bang, and the fact that it's uneven causes bending in space-time, and therefore you can measure the geodetics with the maths. The geodetics being the bending of space-time.
Right. But the bending of space-time has definitely led to the Earth becoming as it is now, according to their story. So again, creation.
Yeah, gravitational accretion. Earth has the same backstory as Theia I gave, but people can picture it easier if I describe how the moon's formed in their story.
Right. So you're right. Gravity is the replacement of God within their conceptual medium.
Right. God the creator.
It serves
is
the
gravity.
role as God in the Bible within their medium.
Gravity is God the creator in the religion of Helios. But ultimately they worship the sun. The heliocentric religion is a sun-based, sun-centric religion. Just sun worshipping. It's in the title.
More centric.
It's in the title. Heliocentric.
Yes. Centric, but that doesn't mean like worship like a god. It just means it's presumed to be at the center, right? Because in the end, all of it is totally and utterly atheist. It doesn't literally think sun is a god. It's just put on a really, really big pedestal, but not attributed godhood.
No, not. Neither is gravity. I'm doing that. I'm saying that it is, by definition, a sun-centric religion. The religion is named Sun at Center. That's the name of globe Earth as a religion, sun at center religion.
Yeah, but that's more like a mathematical thing than it is actually an existential thing within their entire
I
framework
realise that.
they built.
I know that the god of gravity in this instance is merely a mathematical reification of a pseudo-conceptual medium that doesn't exist. I know that. I'm ascribing it God. I'm doing that. And I'm doing the same, even though it's been done for me, the god of Helios. Not that that's connected directly to the sun at centre religion, heliocentric. Helios meaning sun, centre-centric meaning at the centre. But that doesn't mean that they say, well, that makes the sun a god. No, I'm saying it puts the sun at the centre of your world. Well, another way of putting that is God.
Well, look, there is something to it because of the historical background of it all, right? Where did it come from? Catholic Church. What were they? Roman. What did the Romans have? Helios as a god and all the others that have become the planets.
And the aqueduct.
So, in that sense, yeah. Historically, it is God, the sun. It's just not within their actual paradigm that they created. And gravity is much more adapted to the actual structure of what God represents in the Bible. So it's much closer, right? Because of what it does.
It's the Holy Spirit.
Right, you could say that.
I was just thinking the same thing.
So what's Jesus by comparison to the Christian religion as this has been derived? I don't think sun and comparatively Greek sun are going to be in any way beyond, what was it, Zeitgeist claimed to be comparable. Paula has put a stop to that a long time ago. Not a stop to it, but just corrected it, that nonsense. So I don't think we would ever ascribe Helios as being equivocated with Jesus. What would be?
Well, I think the mathematics would be attributed to Jesus because that's the description, right? That's where I think you would probably have the equivalency there.
Well,
Math describes
look,
things.
maybe I need to correct. Maybe Helios, in a way, is a bit of the sun. Is a bit of the God because within the heliocentric model and atheism, it is claimed to be the resource that made life possible, right? It gave us the metals and it gives us the energy.
Excellent.
For plant growth and all that.
Yes, excellent. Carry on. Oh, don't. I'll expand on it then. So what Arwin's saying is the claim by Michelle Thaler, I believe, that we are related to rocks, they are our cousins. Why is that? Well, because according to them in their gravitational accretion story, you have stars collapsing in upon themselves upon ending their life. So they reach the end of their cycle in terms of all the energy that they're burning in a sky vacuum in violation of the second law. And then they eventually implode upon themselves, go supernova, and blast out all of the heavy elements that have been produced in the heart of the dying star. So, for example, gold would be formed at a process a long way down the line as this star is collapsing in upon itself according to heliocentric scripture. Well, upon that star in the scripture blasting out, or going supernova, I believe the term is, that carries with it the distribution of those more complex elements that have been formed in its heart when it was dying. Meaning that those elements then blast out into the universe and through, guess what, gravitational accretion, form the planets and indeed the Earth we're standing on, and therefore all of the rocks, all of the elements, the gold and all of the stuff that makes you has been formed in the heart of a dying star because of gravitational accretion. And gravity because of the way the star died.
Sorry,
The star died as a result of gravity in the description also, so gravity's at the heart of that process also, but that's aside from my description, which is plenty. Go ahead, Adam.
And what's the proof of that?
None. There is no proof of this. What are you talking about, Neil? Scripture. Heliocentric scripture we're talking about.
Right, that's what I wanted to align it to. I wouldn't use that as a comparison to a Judeo-Christian theology, but it's very equivalent to reincarnation and a progression to be
Oh God, tell me that's not my end.
Anyway, no, that was me. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
But it's a stealing of reincarnation to me. If they're going to link it to any kind of religious philosophy, it's an upscaling. So from reincarnation, you start as a insect, and you know what I mean. You're going up and up in complexity of life. It's the same things with the star's life cycle process. First star manages to make this, and then we get stardust, and then eventually rocks that we become cousins to. But it's a progressive increase of life on life on life to become more and more complex, even within, I said, atomic formation, which is what they're talking about there. Structure
Adam.
of more complex atoms.
Adam, you don't mind if I take that with a grain of salt, do you?
Hey, listen, I don't care what you say. They worship the sun as a god. It's called the life giver of everything.
The point I'm trying to make there is there is no clear. Sorry.
Go on, QE. What were you going to say?
I was gonna say, after I got rumpused a couple times, you watched How the Universe Works on the Discovery Channel from about 10 years ago.
Probably.
Yeah, because that's where you got that from.
Is that right?
Guess who else was
I
on?
did.
Yeah. How the Universe Works from that garbage guy. He was narrating the whole thing. Yeah, I sat there and belly laughed through the whole thing. Guess who else was on that show?
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No. Lawrence Krauss. So we have a Lawrence Krauss in here as a result or the listening of your short video on the ether, Die Slow, where he was saying nothing was no thing. So we have Lawrence Die Slow Krauss. Is he in here today?
No.
Is his brother Bruce Willis Die Hard?
Yeah.
So non-existent doesn't exist. But what about all those things that don't exist?
Something that occurred to me after the re-release of the Witsit debate over the weekend. YouTube, shout out to you, is replaying debates. He said he was going to roll up to maybe a couple of hundred shows. Maybe he'll get bored before he does so. But he's sort of cobbled together maybe 2 or 3 shows at a time. So they're very lengthy. Maybe it's probably running still. And then just letting them run with a chat, which is great. But what was immediately apparent to me was 2 globe believers arguing essentially about electric universe, therefore ether. This is...
And I
Go on.
I just want to say, QE, it's not Die Slow. Nathan changed his name to Just Slow.
Oh, forgive me.
Hey, before you end the live show, I just wanted to say something to the Flat Earth community about how significant the elevation angle fact has changed the way this entire discussion is taking place. I think it was 3 years ago, I was arguing and holding up in Pulse Dichotomy a flat Earth celestial sphere model against whatever model a flat earther would claim, and then claiming I won because the flat Earth celestial sphere model was a better model to represent the world as we see it.
Well, that was a topic shift real quick. Nice transition.
Well, I got to go. And I just thought, anybody that's naysaying this argument, if they just understood that, how much it has changed the very essence of the discussion, then maybe they would rethink their whole position as well.
Huh. Thanks. Nathan, do we have a Ball Busters coming up this Saturday?
We do.
What is it?
We're going to cover the ether.
Something about connected with exterminated?
We're going to exterminate the ether.
Thank you.
You can't exterminate that which doesn't exist in the first place.
That's true.
Very true. So we're going to exterminate
do,
in the mind.
I want to do a slight apology to Witsit. Now, Witsit got dealt with like I'd deal with anybody else on the show when he came on last week. It's just been repeated. I've trimmed it out as well. Now, when I did the clean version and cut out all the swearing, it was a lot less aggressive towards Witsit. But several commenters and members all said to me the same thing. And they included Bob in this, so I'm going to do it on their behalf because they did it. Bob and Witsit are not stupid. They may be wrong, but they're not stupid. So don't attack Bob and Witsit in that regard. It's totally unnecessary. Also, further to that, Witsit has done a huge amount, possibly more than me in many regards, for this community, Flat Earth. Therefore, he deserves extension of more respect than I gave him. And for that, I want to apologise. So I'll drop him a message so he gets some...
What?
I want to apologise.
Once the IQ.
We may disagree about Ether. It doesn't mean he needs to get treated like dirt by me. He doesn't deserve that. So therefore, he does deserve an apology for it.
Hold on, but that makes it...
With Ether, it's about how he acted in your face. And
Doesn't
how
matter.
he basically became all delusional in his reasoning.
That's human nature.
Very annoying.
Yeah.
And that's retarded.
Yeah, in debate, that's human nature. We've seen it from every side of the argument. So that can't be held against him like that somehow unique to Witsit. It isn't. He's got a point to make. He's going to use whatever tools he's got in his arsenal. If some of them are fallacious, so be it. That's our job to pull them apart in a coherent way, rather than calling him stupid, which is what I did. So I want to take that back and apologise to him and say, you're right. There's no need for it. We can disagree all day long about Ether, and if you disseminate into fallacy, that can be pointed out. It doesn't mean that it has to disseminate into personal attacks from me to another fellow, very hard-working flat earther. And for that, I want to apologise. And I have now. I am sorry. God. That rubs the actual apology. If you're listening, Witsit.
Yeah, I do. I disagree with your apology.
I don't care. Shut up. Witsit, if you're listening, I'm sorry. There was no need for my attitude towards you. We're having a reasonable discussion and a reasonable debate about the nature of our reality. That should be done in a much more pleasant way. You didn't deserve to be treated the way you were. My apologies.
He was stupid in that argument.
Yeah, and so you should say it. That doesn't mean he is stupid, but he did act stupid, and you have the perfect right and good reason to call him stupid in that moment, and you did. I don't think you have anything to apologize for, because he did go overboard, and so you replied and followed suit as you do on your show. You treated him just as fair as anybody else.
I opened with that. I treated him. How he got treated was no different to anybody in any circumstances. It wouldn't matter who it was. However, it should. He should be extended more respect than that. That's what I'm acknowledging here. You're saying no, because within the argument, it doesn't matter. There are certain people who do deserve more respect than they've been given, and when it happens, I'm going to acknowledge it. This is not me turning over a new leaf, it's just me as I am when I recognise something I've done wrong. Now, often it'll take someone like my commenters and members to point it out to me. Now, I'm not so proud that I'm going to say, okay, no, I was right in debate. Yeah, I was. Does that mean I treated him fairly? No, it doesn't. He deserved more respect than he got from me, and I want to acknowledge that.
I'm sorry. I
give you props for
fundamentally
that,
disagree.
Nathan, Arwen, you sound ridiculous.
I don't.
There you go.
No,
He's
I
only.
don't.
Oh,
I
okay.
think
Well,
that
I'll back Arwen because Arwen's correct in the respect that
everything
I
he
shouldn't
said.
ever take back any elements of the debate that we discussed. Now, if he's saying that aspects of the discussion were stupid, and it's reasonable to say that's a stupid discussion point that you've put forward, and preface it so that it's less harsh than just calling him stupid, then Arwen's right, because no, none of the debating points were incorrect. I wouldn't change any of them. I didn't necessarily highlight the correct fallacy, which is something we'll cover on Ballbusters.
Even if that's the case, he might have been right for that moment, but he's not right for right now when you're trying to actually just be a grown man and just saying, yeah, you know, I didn't have to come at you like that. It's my bad. It's already happened. And that's that.
Correct, but nobody ever thought Witsit was stupid. In the argument, yes, but not overall. No.
That's how it came
always
over.
going to address him like
That's
he's
how it came
stupid
over.
just because he acted it.
That's how it came over. So that's why I'm apologising. Because that's not anything to do with the argument. Suddenly it's just me calling another fellow flat earther in this case stupid. That's not necessary. If it requires more prefacing because I'm describing specifically a part of his argument, then that needs to be highlighted in a more cordial way with somebody who's on our side more than 99% of the people who come here. So that I'm threatening to ban him.
I'm going to argue for Ether now then.
Because he wouldn't acknowledge or concede, which is, again, human nature, I threatened to ban him. Outrageous. Probably still reeling from banning virus. But it's not the point. He doesn't need to be treated that way.
I absolutely...
Arwen, for you to say now you're going to argue Ether now, you just sound immature at saying that shit. That's crazy.
Because I think that Nathan is really weird for totally switching around. He's been hammering how annoying it is when flat earthers say stupid things, and now he's apologizing for somebody that did just that.
To him personally, as a person, I agree with Arwen in regards to the argument and its stupidity. And I'll say it all day long. I'm not going to do a U-turn in terms of... We're going to do a Ballbusters Annihilating Ether on Saturday, Arwen. You'll be there.
Cool. I will.
Right. So do you think I'm disagreeing with you in that respect?
No. But I do think that you shouldn't basically apologize for that, because he acted really out of order. And so your response was totally legitimate. Yeah, you might stir it up a little bit extra because you're going on a roll. Well, what do you expect when you do that on the Flat Earth debates? I'm sorry, there's nothing to apologize for.
Well, okay, I appreciate your sentiment.
And you don't treat him like that everywhere you go, so,
Arwen, if Nathan's conscience tells him something different than yours, should he obey yours or his?
That's correct.
Well, he should definitely be open for suggestions. I'm trying to give
definitely
him
Arwen's
honest criticism.
Open for suggestions. It's gut instinct.
I'm not saying you shouldn't do this. I'm just saying I don't think it's necessary.
You actually did say that.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. Well, then I'm rolling it to I don't think you should do this.
I already have.
But fine. Fine. Your choice. I don't always agree with how you do things, so...
You know how many times in my life I've had to admit that was a stupid thing I've done? If you're honest with yourself, you admit it to yourself as well. But Nathan's got to obey his conscience.
Fine. There's nothing wrong with trying to do the right thing. I just think you probably shouldn't. But yeah, I'm just Arwen, so... And I don't know. I'm not Nathan. I would do this show differently. But then again, yeah, I'm not Nathan, so...
Either way...
It takes a big man to apologize.
Go on, whoever it was from Discord. Go on, Chaos. Say it one more time.
No, I was just saying everybody's entitled to their opinion, and if that's what you wanted to do and apologize, that is based on your feelings, and I don't believe that Arwen should have this much of an aggravation over you apologizing. It is what it is. Call it a day.
But he'll talk about how he misses rumpus. I just find that funny.
I know Witsit is a pretty big figure on Discord, and a lot of the flat earthers like him because he ties up the borders in knots and all the rest of it. Now, I understand why, Nathan, you may feel like you need to apologise to him or whatever. Maybe you felt that you were a bit disrespectful to him. But he was still totally wrong. And that's that. He's wrong. Is he going to apologise to me for expecting me to beg the question with him?
That's different.
Other than a few things maybe you said to him that maybe he could go, I shouldn't have done that. Fair enough. I understand that. But he was wrong. And that's it. When is he going to, you were apologising. Grand, I accept that. Okay, you're apologising. You feel he deserved more respect. Okay, which is not a stupid person, right? But if he's so not stupid, he has a 160 IQ. Why is he peddling such rubbish?
Exactly, Brian.
Just bring clarity to that. Brian summed it up beautifully because he's correct, and he's put my caveats in. Thank you, Brian. Exactly. I am not retracting any point we had a discussion about whatsoever. It may be added to and critiqued on Ballbusters. We'll go through some of the things that were discussed in regards to Ether. But I've even talked about this with QE prior to us doing this on Ballbusters. Say we, as us, all of us, because we'll all be there, hopefully. And it's not going to be aimed at an individual. Now, unfortunately for Witsit, there are going to be things that we take out, put quotes round, that just won't be directly credited to him. it'll be paraphrased as, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, QE, but you'll use ether believer or something like that. So it's less personal. It doesn't need to be. And do you not think he's earned that?
You mean an Ethereum?
Do you not think he's earned a bit more?
He deserves not to be pointed out. He deserves not to have a focus on a spotlight put on him. I absolutely agree. He doesn't deserve that. He's a good guy, but
exactly. There
he's
we
still
go.
totally wrong. So he's going to have to come to you're wrong. He's going to have to get there. You got to the point of saying I was wrong with the way I behaved, but he's going to have to get to the point of saying I was wrong with the nonsense I was believing.
Well, he doesn't have to. We'll just show how he's wrong. What he does is up to him. Okay, if we've exhausted that, I'm going to do one last enormous shout out. So when I plug the Gofundme campaign that I've currently got running, somebody has smashed that Gofundme campaign to a massive extent. So someone's basically given me the full total almost. So Jeff Toop, thank you so much for smashing the Gofundme campaign to the tune of 825 quid. That's absolutely amazing. So it looks like I'm just going to solve my PC problems pretty quickly. I'm going to be contacting my PC guy.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
no, exactly how.
You lucky bastard.
Jeff too.
Don't call me lucky. I work really hard.
Yeah. Still a lucky bastard.
I am lucky. I'm lucky to have such a fantastically supportive community. And I'm not going to lie, that is very... I feel privileged. It's not luck, it's privilege. I feel very privileged to be part of a community that wants to support me in these endeavours. So I am eternally grateful. Thank you so much to all of you who supported that GoFundMe campaign, which is almost at a close after a day and a half, which is absolutely fantastic. But yeah, I do feel privileged, not lucky. Any more? Before we round out this live show? It's been extended.
I was going to say on that, people understand. People who are subscribed to it, they understand the situation. They understand there's other YouTubers who put in only a fraction of the effort you've put in on subjects that are not important at all, who could buy 1,000th of what it is that you have a GoFundMe for. They know why you have to have a GoFundMe. It's because they know it's down to YouTube. They know this. And they know you don't have anywhere else to go. There's no other platforms to be going to. You know, they know this is the platform. So they know the situation. So it's not as if you're struggling to just get past 1,000 subscribers on some different topic and you're doing a GoFundMe where people go, that's your own business. They know that you can't afford all these things that you need to get to keep the show going because YouTube make it that way. So they understand that. Whereas they can see other YouTubers who have 2-3 million subscribers and they never need to go do a GoFundMe because they have no end of money coming in.
Absolutely. I'll say one more time, I'm really privileged to be in this community and I wouldn't have it any other way. It's a fantastic community to be in, despite some of the negativity that we do get as flat earthers. So the good definitely outweighs the bad as far as I'm concerned. But with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a member, hit the GoFundMe campaign, and all that good stuff. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on an after show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
He just would, and we wouldn't be talking about this, right?
Right.
But he believes it, and that's okay. As long as he says that you can't prove it, I mean, that's fine. I don't have any problem with it. Why he believes it? I don't know. Why does anybody believe something that you can't
Why?
prove?
You know why? Because he's locked in with Bob Nodell. He's tied at the hip with him.
But that's his own choice. And he should know
Well,
better.
It,
Well,
and it
he
shouldn't
was
matter.
discovered by
It shouldn't
Bob.
matter. Who cares about his personal ties to somebody else in the discussion? You know, if we're going to specifically reference Ken Wheeler or Bob Nodell for a specific aspect that they've offered up and is on the table because of them, that's different. But I don't know, just making it personal. Who cares who's associated with? He's presented the argument. We took it apart on its merits. That's it.
If he's tied in with Bob that much, he should be able to drift over here on our side.
And it only works on a ring laser gyro when you don't use it properly. So
I said I wasn't agreeing with your apology to Bob because what has he done for Flat Earth? You tell me. I'd love to know.
A lot.
I'm listening.
He's promoted it.
Yeah, by going on a show and making a mockery of everybody.
No, you're just focusing on one negative aspect that he's that you want to highlight off the back of him being prevalent in the community, which means he's built up a reputation and therefore obviously done stuff to achieve that, which disseminates the information, right or wrong in this regard, other flat earth information that is good, obviously. Otherwise you wouldn't have a criticism for him. I'm sure there's other people out there disseminating worse or different nonsense that they're not getting talked about. Well, why is Bob? Because he's prevalent in the community. So obviously he's done some good. Can't not be in the position he is if he's just a terrible person.
Hey,
Bob
Neil.
has done. So, 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go on, Trent. I'll go after.
Okay, yeah. Hey, Neil, what was it that one time Bob Nodell mentioned your name and my name in the same sentence and called us a name? What was that name he called?
We were the yes men, you know?
Yeah, there was something else, but let's just go with that. So when Bob did that, I didn't take that personally. I just said, you know what? He has no argument, so that's all he's got.
Bob Nodell, right, has kept this Globebuster show going, originally with Jaron Campanella, for a good few years now. So he's done that much. But I don't care about who he is. I care about the damage he's likely to do and the damage he has done, because he promoted something, put himself into the limelight, and then damaged the very thing he was promoting due to his own ignorance. So Bob does not get my respect. I don't care about personal feelings, personal anything like that. This is about the nature of the reality we live in. And if people have personal feelings, then go somewhere else.
yeah, but it's also about etiquette and behavior, isn't it? And Witsit is a lot better at that in general. I like Witsit too, right?
Oh, Witsit's okay.
Behaved like an ass.
Sorry to interrupt. Is Nidhugger still in Discord?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Yeah, I've joined that room. I managed to get in on my iPad, just so you know.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Carry on.
Yeah, I understand Nathan. I understand Nathan's apology to Witsit, right? But Witsit's still totally wrong. Bob is still totally wrong. You know, it's time to get with the program, right? I don't care about your personal feelings. You're wrong. You know, regardless of how you get told you're wrong, you're wrong. Get with it. It is what it is. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
No, I mean, I agree with you in the sense that I don't have respect for them when it comes to this argument. And I say, well, at least they got 10 right. They got this one right. I don't think that way. I think they're totally blown it on this one. It shows that they don't understand the level of evidence they need before they say something. And then they say something, then we ask, okay, we don't have a problem with ether. What is it? Well, we can't explain it. What can we see? No, we have to assume it. And then they start tying it to other things as an antecedent. And then obviously whoever listens to the show realized how bad that didn't work. So yeah, it makes you lose respect about the cognitive processes, maybe on future arguments or past arguments. If they can't get this one, which is so blatantly black and white, and yet they still choose to believe something that isn't proven, but want to believe it because they have some other thing going, that the respect is going down more and more, even though they might agree on 10 things that I agree on. Doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, you might agree on 10 things I agree, but I wouldn't tune in on the show, nor have I, since the time he trashed the scientific method. Why would you trash the scientific method, Bob?
Well, Bob could take IQ tests and things like that. And Bob has shown that he's not totally stupid. So it only leads me to mistrust somebody when they blatantly go against things that are obviously logical, things like scientific method. You know, when other things they've done or said required logic, or even just the agreement of whatever someone else said required logic to be able to agree to it. I don't get how somebody can go and use logic one day and decide to not use it another day. That just breeds mistrust for me.
Well, you don't have to be stupid to say something stupid all the time. You can be smart on a few points and then say something stupid. Then when called out on it, you don't want to own up to the fallacious reasoning that you used to get there. And that's called pride.
Hey, can I just ask a quick question? What's everyone so butthurt about? What happened?
Well, have you ever experienced flat Earth hemorrhoids before?
Nathan
No,
apologized.
maybe you
and
should
we are
elaborate
all
for
in
us.
shock.
Maybe you should elaborate for us. I've yet to experience such things.
Look, yeah, you need a pH balance if you got some.
Listen, it was brought to Nathan's attention that he was a little rude to Whitsitt, and he apologized. All right, he humbled himself. I seem to remember when someone was brought a situation, Bob Nodell didn't humble himself, but continued to fight against the scientific method.
And
What was the
continues to
ether?
personally attack me.
What was the
Correct
ether point, though? I didn't. I really don't know the argument or what happened. That's all. I'm just asking for some clarification.
It's about ether. They're fighting for ether.
And what
There's
happened?
videos on Nathan's channel of him and Whitsitt debating, if you want to listen to it.
I was looking for a quick synopsis, but whatever. It's cool.
Okay, Die Slow, who's on Discord, started battling for ether. And then he said, you seem to like Whitsitt, and Whitsitt believes in ether, and went to get Whitsitt and bring him on the show. And then from there on, it was Nathan versus Whitsitt. And Nathan was a little rough on him. Not in the arguments, the way he spoke to him.
Right on. Thanks, man. I mean, I was even more like, what's I was just wondering the point of contention regarding ether. Like, what's the hubbub? You know what I mean about the.
There's no way.
What is ether? What is ether?
There's no
Are you
naturally
stupid
occurring
if you are a
phenomenon.
proponent of ether? That's the question on the table. I will say yes. You're stupid.
There's no naturally occurring phenomenon.
Yeah. I mean, you deny the scientific method. You punt some stupid story to prop up some other view of yours, because you want it to be true. You want to worship nature instead of the creator. It's you are stupid.
What? What does that have to do with it?
Well, earlier we were talking about the heliocentric model and helio and sun-centered, and that, to me, it all goes back to the ontological primitives. Either nature created all of this thing and we got a bunch of people running around worshiping nature, or it was created by a creator. And
okay, I'm not disagreeing. I just don't see the tie with ether.
The ether is the same thing as gravity. Well, it's their creator. It's their God. So
yeah, ether's a flat Earth is God. It's a flat Earth is gravity.
No.
Yeah, it is.
But look, what we were talking about earlier during the live show was all like metaphorical, right? It's the underlying history of what's happening. It's not literal, right? And neither is ether a literal God for flat earthers. That's ridiculous.
But ether is heliocentric in origin.
Is it?
That's the thing about ether people are taking on board. I won't say any more than that right now.
How is it heliocentric?
It's heliocentric. Ether is a heliocentric conception that comes from heliocentrists. Prominent heliocentrists.
Please
Isn't it just one of the elements that they thought it was? Wasn't it just one of the elements? It
No,
didn't
but that's not the
necessarily-
ether of light, right? Which is what this is about. Or
Oh, there's two
magnetism, they
ethers?
also included.
Look into
I want to jump in.
the prominent. Sorry, Paul.
It's okay. I've actually heard from flat earthers. Sorry, Jesse Freeman. I've heard flat earthers say that they do equate. Not flat earthers. I'm not saying heliocentric. The flat earthers say that ether is equivalent to God. That they kind of work their way through different logical
Yes,
steps that it is God.
Paul,
So I'm
you're
not saying it is. I'm just saying that's what they say.
Paul, you're
I just want to be
absolutely
clear.
right.
Wow.
Oh, we make that
Okay, I didn't know
distinguishment
that.
again.
Paul is right.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
I've had
actually
many a
happened.
discussion with Die Slow and other people about it. Many a discussion.
Cuddles, yeah, Cuddles said it outright. That it's God.
Wow. Okay, I had no
They
idea.
equate the physical. They equate the ether having two contradictory qualities. It's physical and non-physical at the same time, which is a contradiction. How can you be both at the same time? Either you're one or the other. There's no halfway. I've heard that discussed before. But there's a lot of things going on with the ether that's problematic, and Q will probably unpack it.
But I don't even see how this actually has to do with the light medium presupposition in the first place. Like they must have like knitted all these things together to come to this ridiculous conclusion, because I don't see how that comes out of the light ether.
It's just people with an unfounded belief trying to make waves.
Well, if you think about the claim of when they create a vacuum, this is part of the ether believers' claims. When they create a vacuum, what is there for light to propagate through? For a start, light doesn't need air to propagate, number one. Number two, when they say they create a vacuum and there's nothing in there, how is light propagating? There is something in there. The vacuum removes the air. Light is in there. You still have light. Light is something. And to say that light needs ether, well, what does ether need then to propagate? What does ether need to exist? You know what I mean? It's like to say there's nothing in there when they can see the inside, and they can see it because there's light in there. You know, they're begging the question, there has to be something for the light then. It's like, where are you getting this from?
Brian,
Then they're using the word wave with...
hold on,
you say that
isn't it?
light propagates through something. What is that something that light propagates through? You just kind of left that open-ended.
No,
that's
I
kind of
didn't
where
say
the
light
question
propagates
lies.
through something. I'm saying that is the claim, that light needs something to propagate through. That's the claim. So they come up with ether because they have a pre-assumption that light needs something to propagate through.
So
When
is your
they say
claim
there's
that
nothing
light
in the vacuum-
doesn't need anything to propagate through?
Well, what's light?
You tell me.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what light is, but I know that it can be there without air.
Is light physical?
Yes.
I don't know. If I don't know what it is, I can't state what it is or isn't, can I?
Well, is that physical in a sense?
Hang on, he's going to have
So,
a
so then you're kind of coming into the same argument that was foisted upon Whitsitt, right? When he was asked if ether was physical.
Right.
Not really.
So what is light?
Well, I can prove the existence of light. Do we need to prove the existence of light here?
Right. You can prove the existence of
but what
light.
does that
I
make
can prove that we have light. I can prove what we call light is there. What we describe as light. I can show you there's light. You can see things right now. That's described as light.
Right,
Right,
but
we don't
portions
have
of
to know
light
exactly
you
what
can't
it is.
see. Everything else on the electromagnetic spectrum that falls outside the range of visible light is non-seen.
Well, light is physical,
It's
real
measurable.
simply. You can see it. Hold on a second, Arlen.
electromagnetic
light is
spectrum.
physical because you can
Light's not-
see it. Oh
Light's
my
not
goodness.
electromagnetic. Sorry, Paul. I just want to correct that. Light is not electromagnetic.
That's
What
right.
side-
Light is not
fields.
electromagnetic.
What
That's
side
right.
of this argument are you coming from?
Magnetism.
We
Magnetism is
know.
fields.
Hang on, Arwen, please. No, light is not electricity. Light is not magnetism. Light is not affected by electricity and magnetism, is it? Where is magnetism affecting light? How can I manipulate light with magnetism? Just because somebody came up with a scale doesn't mean that it's correct.
Do you think
Right, it was an attempt to unify it all into one singular formula, and it was not actually proven.
Can I break down the argument? I think because I've listened to Dyslow enough over the years to talk about it. Light is described as a wave. His argument is, what's waving? So if it's, obviously, I know there's something physical to it. It's a particle at some level because it interacts with things. But you could also argue that the wave is interacting with things. But if it's a wave, it's not a particle. Hold on a second.
Right. I could also describe light as a unicorn. I could do that. Doesn't mean that it is a unicorn.
I'm trying to hear Paul finish his sentence.
I know, it's funny that I'm trying to help unpack what I've heard and hear discussed, and they don't want to hear it. I said,
sorry, Paul. Go ahead.
The argument, the reason that they're even asking the question is because light is described as a wave. Okay, to have a wave, you have to have something that's waving, like water waves. Sound, in a sense, is vibrating or creating waves in the air. So in their discussion, what is causing the wave? What is the wave? Or what's the medium in which the wave is carried?
But that's what we're saying. Light is not a wave. So I don't care what they say.
Well, I know, but I'm trying to help you understand the argument. I'm not trying to say that's what it is.
It's wave function.
I know, Paul.
I get it. I get it. I understand. I'm trying to help you guys understand the argument that they're making.
Okay, but we know that.
Oh, gosh. Neil.
Okay.
Yeah, their argument starts with a false premise.
Paul is just describing hours and hours of talking to Dyslow, and you guys are jumping in without listening to what he's saying. He says...
Okay, Tatman, we know that. End it right there.
Thanks, Neil. Thanks, Neil. We know that, yes. Can Paul finish his point?
We don't?
Is that cool? Is that cool? How many times do one of us say things that everybody else knows? Can you just let Paul make his point now? Come on.
And also there's another audience involved, not just you guys, not just you, that I might be speaking to. So think about that as well.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay. I do not think light is a particle. I think it's a wave. When it's not known the path, it is a wave function. A function it does not need a medium to propagate through. It's a function. It's a mathematical description. There's nothing to it. But when it comes in contact and it's known, it becomes a particle. It's a particle. I agree. So don't jump on me. I'm just trying to help you understand their perspective. So there, I'm done.
So my question
they
to
take
you,
the wave
Paul.
part, which is just a description. It's just part of a mathematical description within, let's say, the double slit experiment. They take the wave part, that description, and they start treating it literally. We don't see waves of light. Can you show me a wave of light? I don't see that.
No, but wave function, right? But even if the wave function is broken, that doesn't automatically make it an actual particle. It's just working differently now. It's not suddenly something else.
So within this particle and wave function, what is the particle still traveling, or does the particle manifest? What the wave function is the prediction.
It does seem to have a speed, which means it is moving.
What?
It's traveling from one location to another. So there's an indicator.
So what happens to this particle when it's not manifest?
There's no actual measured speed of light, right, Brian?
No, it's described as being instantaneous within quantum mechanics, as far as I know.
I'm gonna have to be a Glober just for a second, Brian.
That's what
I'm sorry,
I thought. It was
instantaneous. Hold on a second. Why can you use a laser to measure the speed of the vehicle? If light is instantaneous, a radar gun would not.
You don't
work.
use a laser. You use mathematics. You're using mathematics. You're working off of a mathematical belief, and you can divide that mathematical belief by 16 if you want, and you'll still be the speed. The claim of the two-way speed of light is 671 million miles per hour. So if I use that calculation within my laser speed gun for a car, I can divide that down ridiculous amounts of times, and I'll still be able to determine within the calculation that I come up with the rate the car is moving towards me.
Isn't miles per hour a calculation?
It is, but it's based on rotation.
Right. I don't disagree with that. So if both of them are calculations. So, and you can argue that the calculation for the speed that you're having from a radar gun is determined by the distance or the length or the speed of the light traveling from the location that it's hitting back to the gun. It's the same kind of idea.
The gun is calculation. The miles per hour is a measurement. You're measuring because you have something of a particular size that's rotating, and each rotation is counted as one rotation. That's
okay. Let's go a different direction. Is when they use sonar in the sea, and they send out a ping, and they send out a sound wave, and it goes out and hits that ship and comes back. Is that a calculation or measurement?
That's still a calculation. If they're using the two-way speed of light,
okay, so they know the distance. Why do they? How do they know the distance? How do they know the distance of the object in the water? Is it the speed of the sound in the water?
Yeah, but it's a calculation they're using to gain the distance. This is the point I'm making. You can cut if their calculation is so final, then how come I can cut it down 16 times and still get the same result? The process you can use, but the calculation can be changed. You understand? There's no measured speed of light. Nobody ever measured the one-way speed of light. Nobody ever measured the two-way speed of light because I'd have to.
Okay, I'm sorry, Brian. The next time you get a speeding ticket with the radar gun, if you ever get one, I want you to make this argument to the judge.
Absolutely.
See what he says.
Absolutely, I'd make that argument, and I could show him. I have a whole thing I did on this about the speed of light, where I broke it down 16 times. It still works. Paul, how would you measure 671 million miles an hour?
You wouldn't.
I don't know.
Not calculate.
I don't know. I'm not going to say I know how. I'm not saying that. Yeah. Obviously, there's a basis for it. So we're going to have to undermine all the technology, all radar, because radar is in a sense light.
No, that's a straw. No. That's a straw man, because I didn't say the technology can't be used. What I said is the calculation that they're claiming that is necessary for the use of this process is only a calculation. And it's such a phenomenal number that number can be broken down a ridiculous amount of times and it still work.
Brian, I was just I have no idea on this stuff, but I've just had a quick look at how a radar gun works. You appear to be right, because it works on the Doppler effect. So it doesn't matter what the speed of light is, it's the percentage change based on the Doppler effect that does the calculation.
Yeah, it's a calculation. That's what it is. Yeah, and if you think about 671 million miles per hour, break that in half. It'll still work. You just change the calculation. If the speed is, because that kind of speed is so huge that it can be broken down. Like, they need that speed for their 8.03 light minutes that it takes for the light from their sun to reach their globe. That's where that calculation comes from. But it doesn't mean that the process can't be used. But the calculation is a heliocentric calculation, and it's a necessity within heliocentrism, because they need to have parallel light rays. That's another, so they need a sun of a particular size at a particular distance. But they need that light to reach the Earth at a particular time. So it's all about back calculation. That's all it is, all a load of calculation. But if you made the speed of light, let's just say for a cop using a radar gun, right? Let's think about this, Paul. If a cop is using a radar gun and you're 500 meters away from the cup, and that cup has, within that radar gun, uses a calculation where light moves at 5,000 miles per hour. Is that process still going to work? You're 500 meters away from the person. Of course it's going to work. You have to think about the small areas that we're using this in. I mean, even if we're using sonar, or even if we're using sonar or radar or anything like that, that's very, very small distances in comparison to the speed light is claimed to move. So it doesn't matter. Like, if something is 5,000 miles away, we can change the calculation way down from 671 million miles per hour. I just brought it down. I divided it by 16, and it was still, you still wouldn't notice. It's because you're talking about microseconds, Paul. So think about 1 second.
I want to go in a different direction for a second, just for S and grins. If light is a particle, okay, which means, so you're saying as soon as it leaves the laser, the point of the source of the laser, it instantaneously leaves as a particle and arrives at its destination instantaneously and it's a particle there too.
I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying I only stated what quantum mechanics says. I don't know about that. I'm talking about the calculation.
Okay, well, see, that's what you're having to say. If you say light is it travels instantaneously, if you say that, it does not travel or it does not go at a speed. It's instantaneous. That means as soon as it leaves the laser, when it hits its destination, when it hits your eye, that happened instantaneously. When you say light travels instantaneously, that's what you have to say.
Right.
There's no travel.
Yeah, but
There's nothing.
Paul, the thing about this is that the argument is about the calculation being claimed to be a measurement, which it's not. It's like the process you could probably use, but I don't know what light is doing. I don't know. When I turn on a laser, how fast does that laser hit the wall that I pointed at when I turn it on? I don't know. See, we're told, when I say, like, there's 1,000 microseconds in every 1 second. So if you change the two-way speed of light calculation, you might be changing from 10 microseconds to, 35 microseconds. How are you ever going to notice that? Within that
here's another
calculations, you'll never notice that.
It doesn't seem
if there's no
pertinent.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Brian. Hold on a second, Adam. Hold on a second. My wife, I bought my wife, she does kitchen design. I bought her a laser distance finder. Okay, which means I can lay it on the table and shoot it at the wall, and it'll tell me the distance between the wall and the laser itself. I can move it over to another wall. Now, if it's purely the Doppler effect, which means it's the kind of the frequency, how does the Doppler effect come into play in that scenario? If it's just a calculation, so what are they calculating when they calculate it? When I lay the laser leveler on the table and I hit the wall with it, what they're calculating?
Microseconds.
How much energy it requires for it to return? I don't know. How does that work?
It's microseconds. They're talking about microseconds. The calculations within microseconds. It's not that the process.
I know, but what's it calculating? No,
Yeah,
Brian, what's
okay,
it calculating? You said it's a calculation. What is it calculating?
What's it calculating?
What's it calculating?
Well, it's calculating a bounce. A pre-assumed bounce speed.
Pre-assumed bounce. So, okay, a bounce when you say calculating, okay, a bounce, what kind of, that's okay, about ball bounces. So, okay, a bounce. You got to unpack what do you mean by a bounce?
Well, it's pre-assumed that light will travel a certain distance and back, right, within a certain time. That's the pre-assumption, and that's the calculation that's used.
Okay, so when I shoot it at one wall, and it's one distance, and I shoot at another wall, it's another distance, or if I even just slightly move it, just even 1 inch, and it seems to have that within, I can get the tape measure and actually have the exact same measurement that the laser level but the laser distance finder will give you. So it has to be measuring the speed that it would travel over a certain distance and back. Correct?
How do you know it's that?
What it's doing is it's using a bounce calculation. That's what it's using, a bounce calculation for that distance.
Calculating what? Calculating what? You keep saying calculate, but what are they what is it calculating?
It's calculating it into microseconds. So
What's bouncing?
It wouldn't be microseconds.
No, wait, don't convolute this yet.
Macroseconds.
But that's the format.
It's calculating macroseconds in relationship to what? Usually when you calculate, you're calculating the relationship to something else. So microseconds. What is it? Microseconds in relationship to what?
What do you mean? Say that again. It's in relationship to the calculation that's within the apparatus. If you break that
inside the apparatus,
in half, will it still be able to tell you the
you're avoiding
the wall?
Brian, you're avoiding one thing. It's calculating the speed over distance. How far as it travels over a certain distance.
How do you know that? How do you know it's actually measured?
How else can you do it? How else can you tell distance over speed?
I'm trying to tell you. But
so you don't know, and that means it can only be done like that? By presupposing a speed and then using the laser to measure it?
Wait a minute. You guys are making the claim that light does not travel. It does not travel. It's instantaneous. But we've got instruments that use light to calculate distance and even speed. And the only way you can do that is either one of those two relationships are in play. You know the speed of something and how far it travels in that amount of
It's a calculation, man.
Or you know the distance some other way without
calculating.
deriving it from speed.
What are you calculating? Okay.
Calculating the distance.
If I go 500 miles an hour, how many miles can I travel in an hour?
No, that's not what you're doing. You're calculating how far away the distance. No, you calculate.
I want to hear what
the
Brian
machine does is to calculate the distance between the light and the object that is where the light is reflecting from.
George, I appreciate you coming in, but this is between me and Brian right now, and it's getting convoluted.
Well, Paul, I don't think he understands what you're really asking him. Can I attempt one thing real quick?
Sure.
Do you know how they calculate speed from an airplane in a car? Like how fast a car is going from an airplane?
You're asking me or you're asking Brian?
I'm asking you because I think the principle would be the same.
Miles per hour. Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. If I'm traveling 500 miles.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm saying if I'm traveling 500 miles an hour, which means I am moving fast enough that I can go in 1 hour. I will go 500 miles in 1 hour, and it's a calculation. But there's a relationship. The calculation is always in relationship to something else. Speed versus distance.
But analogy to your example,
right? And what they know,
I've just looked it up, boys. Give me a second, guys. I just want to read a quote. Because I don't know this either, so I've just been reading a little bit. I just want to read you this of how a laser measure works. The distance measurement is based on the triangulation principle. The laser beam strikes the object as a small point. The receiver of the sensor, the photodiode line, detects the position of this point. And this is the important bit. The angle of incidence changes according to the distance, and thereby the position of the laser point on the receiver. The photodiode line is read by an integrated microcontroller. The controller accurately calculates the angle of the light distribution for the photodiode line, and then calculates the distance to the object from this. Does that make sense? It's not using the speed of light per se.
I knew it. See, no speed involved.
Okay, hold on. So what you're saying is it's doing an angle measurement.
It's using geometry to measure distance.
So there is a calculation, but it's a geometric measurement. So there is a relationship, angle over distance.
Yeah, no speed involved. That's the point.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'll concede that I thought I knew how laser lights work. I'll do a little bit more digging. Oh, and then on the radar thing,
but
it works similarly. Is it doing an angle measurement? Hold on a second. Is it doing an angle measurement in distance, or is it doing speed distance? Because it would shoot it and hit it at a different position.
Adam just wrote it out.
Well,
read it out. It's
the laser
angle measurement.
is still, isn't it? The laser is not in motion.
George. Whether a cop's sitting down shooting you with a laser, sitting on the side of the road, he's sitting still, or my laser distance on the wall, they're both sitting still. But if you're saying there's no speed, this calculation in that, it's just angle
Can I
measurement,
reply?
then I can concede
no,
that because I don't
Can
know.
I explain it,
I thought I knew
please?
how they work.
It's different devices,
Right?
they work differently.
I can explain it very succinctly if you want to, right? So how it does it, there's two lasers. They're slightly at an angle. Now, however that angle is going to end up is going to tell the reader of the crossroads of these lasers, because there's a third party in the machine that's reading how close the dot is of the two lasers. That will determine the distance. Well, by reading that, it can do that interactively, so it can also read if it's changing, and then from the change rate derive the speed. There was no actual speed measurement. It's all based on triangulation through laser.
Well, that's fine, but there is a calculation involved, which I don't have a problem with. But my point and the other argument, which is still valid, what it's in relationship to. So if you're measuring, you're doing a calculation with angle and distance, that's how you can figure out the distance of something through a variable, either in the angle or the distance. You can figure something out. It's always in relationship to something, and that's ultimately my point.
Right. Well, how close are the lasers, right? How close are the two laser points towards each other? That will tell, with a pre-read system, a database, what the distance is that it is reading. That's how it works.
Okay, now here's the thing. I was going to try to find the one I got my wife. I don't think it has two lasers in it, and it only has one sensor. I could be wrong. I was going to try to find it.
No, it's
it only
really
has one laser,
close.
as far as I know, one sensor.
It's not like really separated lasers. It's just two lasers right next to one another. Right? So to the user, it just looks like one laser.
Hold on a second, Erwin. When it hits the wall, it looks like one.
Yeah, because it's really small, and the difference is extremely minor.
Well,
you're gonna have to look like you use a looking glass.
I'm glad you know more than I do, Erwin. Go for it. Sounds like you know more than Adam.
I'm going off what Adam Meekin just read out from the manual, so makes perfect sense.
Paul, I broke down the official 671 million miles per hour claimed two-way speed of light, right? That they claimed was a measurement. I broke it down by 16, and I could still send the signal to you, right, 5,000 miles away, and get back to me using that calculation in only a tiny fraction of, I think if I remember right, it was only a fraction of a second. So you'd never notice if the calculation changed. The problem is not, the argument is not light, right, or whether what speed it has or if it has a speed. The argument is that there's a claim from our opposition that light's speed has been measured in the two-way at 671 million miles per hour. And the reason they have this claim is because it's, as Adam once very eloquently said, it's the glue that holds their whole model together. They need that. That's my argument against it. I don't know what light is. I don't know if it has a speed or doesn't have a speed. But I know that you can take the official claim measurement and break it down by 16 and more and still get real-world results without anyone ever noticing. So if it's a measurement, you can't break down something that's 5 foot long into 3 foot and still expect it to fit the thing it's supposed to fit. That's a measurement. It won't. It won't fit the 5 foot area it's supposed to go into. It'll be too small. But you can do that with a calculation. That's my argument. That's my point. So I think your argument with me about this is more, you're coming at it from a different view about the reality of it. I'm talking about the non-reality that is claimed to be reality. That's my argument on it.
John D, are you in Master B on Skype? Because Adam posted a link to what he wrote, or what he read. Check it out.
Always calibrate your instruments according to manufacturer's recommendations and get a certificate.
Actually, I just found something that will counteract what Adam said. I just looked it up. This is on tme.eu. It's about laser finders. It says laser rangefinders emit electromagnetic pulse and laser beams via the optoelectronic system. The laser beam is reflected off the target surface, returns to the rangefinder. Next, the rangefinder system processes the beam to measure the distance. The device system measures distance by analyzing the travel time in two planes based on the phase delay of the emitted and reflected EM wave. This method of measurement is used in phase laser rangers. So it actually says it's the travel time.
Well,
I'm going to destroy.
Not to be rude to
hold
you,
on, that's not
but
the
I
light. That's an
think you're
electromagnetic
talking.
pulse.
Please.
It's
I think you're
electric.
talking about something different from a actual radar gun, because a laser rangefinder is different from a radar gun.
Well, that's
Right,
that's
it said
that's the
it
thing.
has
The
a
last thing I
magnetic
talked about. Hold on,
component.
Erwin. The last thing I said was a distance finder, which I bought my wife one because that's what she does for a living. She measures distance. So there's no movement of a target. It's stationary. And so this is what I looked up.
Yeah.
So now, if a radar works differently, that's fine. But this is what the last thing I was talking about, a distance finder.
Paul, do you know, right, that the two-way speed of light is only based on an average? Two averages, actually. Did you know that?
Honestly, that's fine. And I agree with you.
No, it's
I
not
watched
fine,
the
but it's not fine. Hang on, it's
Veritasium
not
video
fine for
that you
what you're
cannot measure
saying.
the one-way speed. I get that. It's an average.
No, it's
I get
not
it.
fine for what you're saying. It's not fine for what you're saying. Because how can something, right, use something to precisely give you a distance when it's only based on two averages? Do you want to know what the two averages are? Well, I just tell you.
Wait a minute. Two averages. I thought that. Wait a minute. I think the way you spoke. I don't know if you. I think you misspoke. It's the average two-way speed, not the average of one-way speed, because you can't calculate that. So you have to figure out the two-way speed, and then you do an average there.
Paul, I'm trying to tell you where our claim came from. There's two averages that are the backbone of the two-way speed of light claim.
Two
Right?
averages.
They claim it as a measurement, right? How can a measurement be two averages? Do you want to know what those averages are? The first average is the average radius of a globe Earth, which is 3959, right? And the second average, which is the main average, is the average distance between that globe Earth and its heliocentric sun over a 12-month period. So how could they be using them averages and getting correct distances with those averages? How can it ever be a measurement if its backbone is averages? Measurements are not averages. They are
Okay. I'll listen. Let's say you're right. Let's say you're right. Let's say you're 100% right on everything you say. I just read off how a distance finder works, and it says it's averaging, or it's using the speed of the light to determine distance.
Yeah, and you know why they're saying that? Because that person thinks
Either
that's
it works
how that
or it
works.
doesn't. Does it work?
That's not the point. You can go right now and get a whole citation on how satellites work with a receiver, right, on the surface of Earth. And I can disprove, or you can get 10 of them, and I can disprove all of them. Because they're only generically stating this is what happens because we're told that this is what happens. That's all it is. It's a generic. This is how.
You already answered that anyway. You already answered that anyway.
Hold on a second, George.
Brian's point was, if you break that distance in half, it still fits the system.
George, hang on. If that is the case, then when the designer of this laser finder, this is just a random one I picked up, when they designed this, they were told something that is either true or false. If you're saying that the information they were given is false, but somehow that information that's false still works within the apparatus, now it's upon you to say that how they made this thing is incorrect. And how that with the principle they're using is incorrect.
How do you know the engineer is the editor? Because I can get you contradictory information concerning GPS. Totally contradictory. I can get you the mainstream.
Why you go to GPS?
Hang
I'm
on.
talking about laser
Because-
distance finder, about lasers right now.
Well, that's actually part of GPS.
Why are you going to?
But because I'm talking about a generic claim, because I'm talking about generic claims. So I'm using GPS as an example, right? You don't know that the editor is the engineer. You just know that this person says this because that's what they are led to believe is the truth. The same way as people say things about GPS because they're led to believe that that's the truth. But the official claim concerning GPS means GPS wouldn't work even if we were on a globe.
So so pretty much what you're telling me then is, if I go in here and find anything on laser distance finders, and they describe it how it works internally and how it processes and calculates distance, and the principle that they are using to determine that and using that, all those are false.
Paul, hang on, Brian, I could answer this real quick.
Please.
All right,
talking
go.
to me.
After you then.
Right.
I've got another quote after that to settle the argument or to make it even worse, but go ahead.
Paul, is there a radius measurement to the Earth? How did we measure a radius to a globe Earth? Did that ever happen?
Yeah, they say there's a measurement, and I'm not making any claim about a measurement of the Earth at this point. All I'm talking about is lasers and all this stuff.
You're talking about laser range finding, right? Which is all based, it all comes back to the claim, the pre-assumption, the begging the question that there is a radius measurement to a globe Earth that we're told we live on. And they took the average of that measurement between the polar and equatorial, and then they took the average distance to the heliocentric sun that they changed the size and distance of several times over a 12-month period. You can't be telling me that your argument is solid and looking for me to answer your questions on how this process works when your claim involves things that are in absolute fantasy land. Things that have been completely... The Black Swan photograph debunks what that person or what anyone would say concerning the two-way speed of light. That means that the two-way speed of light claim has to be completely wrong.
This is my argument, okay? And then 10th can come in, okay? The way we develop technology, okay? Technology comes from our understanding of the physical and natural world. We take the information we gain from the physical and natural world and turn it into technology, like combustion engines, laser finders, whatever else you want to come up with, air conditioning systems, so we understand the laws of thermodynamics. Hold on a second, Erwin. My argument is there's a principle that they say that exists on the nature of light, that it travels a distance at a speed, that you can actually take that principle and put it into technology and create things where give people tickets. My wife can use it at her job site. People can use it in all kinds of different ways to create and do things and do things in the physical world and actually be accurate in that description of the physical world to a large degree. That's my argument. Now, if you're saying how they got that speed of light is incorrect, that means the principle that they're using to make this technology is incorrect, so it should not work.
No, this is a giant straw man.
That's a massive straw man.
Because but Adam already presented the evidence that it doesn't work that way.
I was in queue, Arwen. I was in queue.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you should be sorry.
I read one that contradicted him. Well, good, 10th man. Yeah.
Paul, listen to what you're saying. Right now, I could go to Celestial Navigation books, and they show you everything working on a globe. Now, we know that that's not how it works. And right now, you can go to this subject you and Brian are having a talk with, and they can say anything they want. But how does it actually work? Well, one reading from Adam was angle of incidence. Okay, no mention of speed of light or anything. But it doesn't matter even if they did, because I could show you right now that they can take elevation angle measurements from a flat plane, a baseline. That is the only way you could get an angle of elevation. And they build a whole world around it and put nautical almanacs and take what we see with perspective and change it and make it look like actually what they say is happening. But then when I started reading this book, I'm saying, where is the contradiction? Where is something in this that will show that they are lying? Now that came as I looked. Obviously, I didn't approach it that way. And I saw it. Elevation angle. Huh. So every single elevation angle they got has to be minus from 90 degrees, which means they have to have a flat baseline. So whether it's the cutout of this Earth at the center, or if it's the sensible horizon at your eye line, which is a theoretical horizon, not the Earth's horizon, or the Earth's horizon where you do height of eye and make it match. So you got 3 lines that are parallel. Okie dokie. So that's how they did it. Now, the whole world doesn't see that until we expose it here on FED on a daily basis. But they're thinking it all works with the globe model. So you're thinking that because the laser works, it must mean they know the speed of light. And Brian's trying to tell you, no, they don't know. It's an assumption because they had to base it on R and the 12-month average of the sunlight so they can get a 93 million mile sun out there. And you're saying, well, how can they take that and make a laser work out of that? Same way they took what I said and make a globe out of it.
Good point, Ten. Good point.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the only problem with that, Tim. Okay, there's that one problem. Well, for one, it's a bit of a non sequitur, but I'll let it go there. There's one thing that you're trying to build a concept of the world out of maybe a calculation. That's one aspect, right? But it's another thing when you build a technological thing. They're two separate entities. If you're trying to build a concept, I get with your point. It's a perfectly valid point. But when I'm making something, if I don't understand how thermodynamics work, my fridge will not work. Okay, so I don't have a basic understanding of thermodynamics. So now, and to build technology, to build something like my computer or something else, you have to understand how the things are working, or the program works, or the thing itself to work. Those are two separate.
Yes, and you
Because we have reading glasses, therefore science and globe.
You're just gonna have to do this.
Non sequitur, George. Non sequitur.
He was answering me.
Right.
Yeah, everyone jump in. Why don't you?
Thanks.
Guys, 10 man was talking.
In order to prove the range, you're going to have to take a measurement. To prove the calculation, you'll end up measuring it anyway.
Well, you can validate whether your instrument works like I did. I actually played around with it when I first got it. I shot it on the wall, and I thought, that says it's about 6 feet away. So I went over in my toolbox, I pulled out a 6 feet tape measure, and I measured it. And guess what? It's 6 feet.
All right, Paul. So that happened.
No
Great.
speed
Now
line. Sorry.
Goodbye. I'm out of here.
Oh, come on.
Relax, Ten.
Oh my goodness.
Oh shit. Sorry.
I mean, do you understand the
Like
difference?
that.
At least there's some reason in here. Do you understand the difference? Do you understand the difference of what I'm trying to compare? I understand what Kent is saying. You can take a concept of the globe or world or whatever, and build and take it and manipulate it and control it and make it into something else. But I think technology is a little different. It falls in a different category error.
Well, Paul, have you looked into where the claim speed, two-way speed of light came from?
It's got nothing to do with.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you a hill of beans how they got the speed of light. Okay. It would seem that it's the way this thing works, for it to work accurately, it has measuring of speed and distance.
But you can't argue for something that you don't even know the origins of. If you happen to research,
I understand basically what I think how it operates.
You're arguing that there's an apparatus that works. Grand, you have an apparatus that works. That doesn't mean that it has any direct connection to the claim two-way speed of light calculation that they claim is a measurement.
Okay.
Please.
Sorry, Adam.
I don't know. I may fully know how my car works out there. May fully understand it completely, and never seen the factory it was built in.
I think this is the point. We're all talking about stuff I think we all admit we don't know. Maybe I could just read this bit. This will support you, Paul. This is time of flight runtime measurement. But if you read a little further, it then supports, I think, Brian's point. I'll read it and then I'll go into the phase shift, which seems to be imperative when you're using time of flight. With the runtime measurement, method distances are measured indirectly by measuring the time required by a signal to travel the length of the range to be covered. This translates into the real world as follows. A sender unit is emitting a burst signal which, when reflected by an object, is picked up by the sensor's receiver. The sensor's electronics evaluates the time elapsed and or the phase shift encountered, by which is then converted into distance information. Now, when I've then looked up a phase shift and got into a bit more detail, it clarifies it a little bit further. I've just lost the page. Just bear with me. Okay. Calculating phase angles is an important skill to hone if you're planning to work on these complex maths calculations. But basically everything, again, it appears to be just using the phase difference between the two. So what it says is you calculate the points in the angles of incidence of return, and you then use calculation to resolve that in terms of number of degrees of reflection. You then convert that into distance. So it is using time, Paul, from what I said, I don't fully understand it. I'm just kind of brief skimming reading it. But even when you're using distance time, it's still using a differential between the two, as opposed to the speed of light being the number that's used, I think. It's just a differential of the two to give you a phase angle. And then from that, you calculate the distance that way. So similar method, it's using the angles of reflection still, or the differences in varying frequencies of ray and their reflection rates to calculate.
Here's another one. I just found another one from Sciencing. It says the laser distance meter emanates a pulse of laser at a target. The pulse then reflects off the target and back to the sending device. In this case, a laser distance meter. This time of flight principle is based on the fact that the laser light travels at a fairly constant speed through the Earth's atmosphere. So again, this one seems like it's measuring the distance over.
See, that itself is a disclaimer that you can't use the speed of light, isn't it? Just repeat it again, Paul, what they just said at the end of that. Travels at a fairly constant, yeah? You can't use something that isn't a constant. And there, by admission in there, it's not a constant. If it's not a constant,
well,
yeah,
they said in the atmosphere,
we're calculating the fact that we can have the variances in the different frequency ranges of the beam you're sending out. So the speed itself is kind of irrelevant because we're not going to use it. We're going to use the phase shift differences between those two bandwidths. And that's what we use to calculate the difference, not the speed of light per se, I think. The time is relevant, but it's not relevant to the calculation. It's the differential of the two times. So you're not using the speed of light, if you see what I mean. You constant those, but they're not something you use.
The way I read this, though, Adam, it says, and it was clear, it says through the Earth's atmosphere. And it is shown, even Dyslow would say this, and other people would say this, light travels different speeds to different mediums. And they're usually typical when they talk about the speed of light, it's usually in a vacuum, which means there's no medium, supposedly. So
was that measured?
So with fairly constant speed through the Earth's atmosphere. Hold on a second. Am I still talking? I said so. If they're
really important point. Just take that point,
which means.
Hold on, Paul. I think they're trying to interrupt you and saying that it's justified.
I don't.
Paul just said that the speed of light will vary in a vacuum and different humidities and stuff like that. Now, if that's the case, I would get a different distance in different humidities, wouldn't I, if I was only resolving the distance through the speed of light?
Well, and on that level, I wouldn't necessarily disagree. But I mean, but even in anything, like my wife, when she builds cabinets, there's a margin of error, and it's usually about 1/4 of an inch. You know, I mean, that they know that it's not going to be exact. But as long as she's within that 1/4 inch range, more than likely it's going to be fine. You know what I mean? So it depends on what level of measurement you're wanting. If I'm measuring the speed of a car, I don't need to. If I'm 2 or 3 milliseconds off, it's not going to make I might argue that in a court of law that, I was actually, 95.444 or whatever, then you could maybe make your case, but the measurement, the precision of the instrument is also in play. Is that what you're really after? So if you want to know, relatively the speed of something through an atmosphere, what the relative speed is, then you can say, well, it is an average.
Yeah, but Paul,
So there's nothing
the
wrong with
constant that they're using is time. Because time is always a constant because it's only a concept. The constant they're using is time. And that's what I tried to tell you earlier. You can break down the official claimed measurement of 671 million miles per hour, which is based on two averages. Measurements aren't based on averages. And you can break that down time after time after time, and you still have a result that will work exactly the same as your apparatus now, and it'll happen in a time that it'll be so small that you won't even notice it. Do you notice, even if it took 1 second for that reading to turn up on, let's say, the distance reading, you put it on your table and you measure the distance to the kitchen wall, right? If it took 1 second for that distance measurement to turn up on your apparatus, to you that would be almost instantaneous. But using the calculation they use, they're talking about like only a couple of microseconds, which is within the thousandths of 1 second. But if you break that down, and let's say you go from 16 microseconds or 4 microseconds to 32 microseconds, you'll never notice that. So
why is this a flat Earth argument?
Claim.
Well,
1 second.
Okay,
Just what's in
Brian, that's fine.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
But,
what's in contention is the claim,
I don't,
Paul.
I mean, if you're arguing that they don't know, they cannot calculate the precise speed of light, and it may have a range because the apparatus they're using to measure it is not sensitive enough to make that measurement or whatever, then yeah, there might be a range in that because of you can get a tape measure. I can go buy a tape measure off the shelf, and one might be a quarter of an inch or eighth of an inch or 16th of an inch longer or shorter than another one. But is that necessary for the project I'm doing? Probably not. So, and there might be a range in that. I mean, I'm just saying if there's a range, it may be because I don't have an instrument precise enough to measure it. And there's that's a valid argument, but that's not the argument I'm making. There's obviously the point back to this is there's obviously some speed involved with light. That's it.
But Paul, their claim comes from eons ago. Not even today. In today's world, with all the technology we have, we still can't measure anything like that, any speed like that. Yet the claim originated with Kepler's Annalena. That's where the claim actually starts with. It starts with Kepler's Annalena and the Copernican model. That's where it starts with. It ended up.
Why are flat earthers saying we can't measure the speed of light? Why are flat earthers saying that?
Because we can't.
Because we can on Earth measure it.
No, we can't. Who measured it?
Your claim is that we can't, but in reality, we can measure.
It's not my claim; it's a fact.
Your claim is that I'm going to deny it, so I don't want to believe it. Therefore, I'm justified by not believing it because I say it.
Who measured it, Jeff? Who measured it?
Who measured it, Jack?
You can measure it. Anybody can measure it. You have a high-speed camera. You can measure the frames per second, even.
You can.
Are you going to say that we can't do that?
You can't measure the speed of light.
No.
Hold on.
This isn't even a flat Earth claim.
You're saying you can measure the speed of light by speeding up the number of frames per second? What are you talking about?
You can measure them by the frames per second. Yeah, absolutely.
Measure what then? What are them? Hold on.
You can measure the projection of light that's measured through the radiation of that projection of light that we're measuring by frames.
What does that look like?
It looks like, it's coming to you and then it's there. And
what's it?
And it's,
What's coming towards you? You're just making crap up. You're just intentionally making up nonsense.
Okay, so
yeah,
have you guys listen? No, you can measure light. That's an undeniable fact.
Paul and Brian, had you finished your conversation?
No, they haven't.
Not really. No, the conversation was still ongoing. But Sinclair claims also to come in making a claim that you can measure the speed of light. Now, both me and Chocolate asked him who measured it.
We've dealt with
and
it. We've dealt with it.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you how to measure.
No,
it.
that
You
wasn't
go
your
through-
cue to carry on, Sinclair.
Well, you can measure it.
Sorry, you've already told us some nonsense. Sorry,
I can tell you
Sinclair.
how to. You just got to take an
Sinclair.
electrical
Sinclair.
engineering course.
Hello. I've dealt
Measure
with
the
it.
resistance.
Sorry. What's not going to happen from here forward, Sinclair, is that you're just going to talk through me reiterating that we have dealt with your frames per second nonsense. We have dealt with it. Now, if you've got something further to the nonsense that we've already pulled apart, that would be an answer to the request of who measured it. Not you can measure it with frames per second. We've dealt with that. Have you got anything else? If not, shut up. There was a continuing conversation that will continue when you stop interjecting with your nonsense.
Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, and I've already conceded. I don't know exactly how they measure this. I'd have to go back and look. So I've conceded that point. So, but it would seem, an argument I was making, which we can round it up. I'll concede to Brian's point if that's his argument. I don't know enough about it to counteract that. All I'm saying is it seems that they do have some knowledge of the speed of light and they use it to measure distance. If I'm wrong, I will concede that when I'm proven otherwise.
Refractive curvature, John Shelton, refractive curvature said that he made a very good point about it. He said they never take the absorption or re-emittance rate of the surface that's being used within their calculations. So if you're bouncing it off a mirror or off a wall, will it be re-emitted faster from the mirror than the wall? Do you know what I mean? You're trying to deal with something here, and they're trying to use things like lasers. You know, is the sunlight lasers? Do you know what I mean? It's like to me, it seems like completely impossible to measure the speed of light because for a start, you have to beg the question: it has a speed. You know, to me, it seems completely impossible.
Okay, Jesse's screaming in the background, so one reason I went quiet. Even I've heard QE make this argument. Okay, light is a natural phenomenon, even if it's generated by the sun, a light bulb, or a laser. It's still a natural phenomenon because it's something emitted from some substance. It's emitted from the substance. So you can use why couldn't you use a light or a laser to help determine if you can get a calculation of the speed of light? I don't see why that would be inconsistent.
But you have to beg the question that it has a speed to even do that. That's the problem. That's the first issue you have. How do you know it has a speed? How do you know it's not just an absorption and re-emittance rate?
I'm gonna circle back to my original point. If it is a particle, when I throw a baseball, which is like a particle, it has a velocity. If it's a particle, if it's going from one location to another, it would have to have a velocity.
Yeah, how do you guys measure a power outage? Like, how do you measure the power? How do you measure the volts if it's not based on intensity? If intensity isn't based on frequency, what are you guys doing?
Frequency is a description. There's no such thing in real world.
It's a description of a power. It's an intensity.
Give us that's intensity. That's power. That doesn't.
Yeah,
that's not a measurement of speed.
Isn't that a measured rate?
Not speed of light.
Okay, so the intensity of a certain power outage isn't a speed. Frequency.
Well, how would you measure
measured by hertz is not a speed.
How would you measure? Yeah, intensity. It doesn't equate to speed. How would you measure
hertz is literally measured in frequency. That is a speed.
Yeah, but I didn't ask you about hertz. I asked you about speed.
You're asking about the speed of light, and I'm saying there's no speed of light without power, and that power is measured in hertz, which is a frequency.
Light and the speed thereof isn't measured in hertz.
Hertz and light and power, it's all ether. Like
Ether?
you're measuring a energy. An energy has a
What?
vibration measured in frequency in
Hold
hertz.
on.
You
What's
can measure
ether?
that.
Hang on, no, hang on.
It's just
How many
wrong.
hertz is sunlight?
It's measurable. That's the grand winning champion answer is that it's measurable.
We
It's
just
measured
deal
by
with
its
this.
power.
Maybe just deal with it,
Power is
Brian.
measured by its
God.
frequency.
No. What you're describing is a frequency, therefore a wave. Correct?
No wave, just energy.
You're talking about the frequency.
Intensity, yeah. You can measure the intensity of it.
Right. So therefore hertz would be equivalent to wavelength.
You don't even have to say wavelength.
I don't have to, but listen, you little fucktard. I know exactly where
You
you're
are
going,
gonna
and you can
say
either play along or I'll kick you the fuck out. You're talking about frequency in hertz, and you're also contrasting that with wavelength because you want them to be the same thing in this stupid argument that you want to bring up because you're chuckling about it. I can hear it in your tone of voice. Now, I'm here doing serious shit. If you want to fuck us around, I'll just kick you out. I know where you're going. You're talking about light as a wave. You're giving it as a frequency in hertz, aren't you, you little fuck?
Well, do you disagree?
Yeah, you mean yes?
No, I agree with you that you.
Right, so that's a yes, you little shit. So light isn't a wave. Just because it's described with wavelength because of a derivation of wave function, a mathematical description of probability distribution, does not make light a wave. It's not going to be described as moving like a wave. That would be frequency, aka hertz. Because it isn't. Okay?
I never said
Done.
it was a wave.
Stuttering little shit. Now shut your mouth. You're not partaking in a constructive part of this conversation. You're just here to talk shite. Now shut up. Done. Dealt with.
Continue, Paul.
Ayakakalim.
Well, it's not a wave.
Sorry,
You're right
you
on that
idiots who think that ether's real will be dealt with swiftly from here on forth. Sinclair. That was swiftly dealing with your stupid shit. You don't have to like it. You don't have to squirm and talk after you've had your shit dealt with. You have. That was me dealing with it. Swiftly. Okay?
Nathan, you're so capable, though.
I am capable of dealing with your nonsense about ether swiftly, and I have done.
Why do you limit yourself?
So don't ask me about anything. I'm not interested in your quiz, okay? Shut up. That means sit down, shut up. Let the big boys who have got constructive things to talk about them. That ain't you.
Yeah, we don't need more seductions of things that don't have natural phenomena. So, yeah, it's not very seductive to us.
I mentioned power, which is based on energy, which is measured.
Sorry, did we not just deal with this circle jerker? So I'm going to have to kick you out. I just dealt with this, didn't I? So what are you going to do now? Move to the frequency that we've got on our mains? So you can describe that as a reification of a wave also? Yeah, I'm way ahead of you, you stupid little fuck. Last chance, do it again, and I will kick you out. I've dealt with it twice. I'm not going to deal with it a third time, Sinclair. It's been dealt with.
Nathan,
you and your stupid ether nonsense have been dealt with. Let's not bring it up again. Let's not circle jerk back to energy. Let's not do that. I've dealt with it. Just deal with it.
You win this time, Nathan. Damn it.
I always win because I am righteous. You are a prick. Yeah, you smug little prick, chuckling? You've just been dealt with, you smug little prick. Deal with it.
Yeah, he's just throwing in buzzwords. He's just throwing in buzzwords like power, and energy. These are just descriptive words, just descriptions. He's just trying to.
Why do that?
Hang on, Neil. He's just trying to beat us and troll us. He's a complete waste of time. You're better off talking to a baller because it has something to argue against you with. He's supposed to be on our side, but yet he's just a troll.
But that's what I'm saying. Why?
Oh, he's a sad little sociopath, isn't he? He knows it's an antagonistic subject that's being dealt with as we speak. What a great thing to stir the pot with. Yeah, you little sociopath? Does this amuse you?
Have a little
Does it amuse you, Sinclair? Trying to keep yourself amused like masturbation. That's That's what you're doing, same as last time I pointed out that you're just a wanker. That's what you're doing. Pleasuring yourself. Piss off, you little prick.
Yeah, come in with a good argument or come in with some good proof. You come in with stupid shit all the time. I don't get it.
He thinks he's smart.
It's all
Thinks what he's doing is clever. Thinks he's clever.
Well, how you know what someone's at is when they come in and make a claim, like the claim he did, about how you can measure the speed of light, and he's asked who measured it, and then he continues to ignore that question for more than one person, and continues to start telling you how you measure it in the way he would
Can I
do
ask
it.
Brian a question?
You're too smart for this, Sinclair. The problem is you know what you're doing, and I know you know what you're doing. That's why you annoy me. Now, it's different when it's someone like Whitsitt who genuinely believes it. That's different. You don't. I know you don't. You're just trying to antagonise. You know it. I know it. Now you know I know you know it. Now everyone else knows.
You have a complicated
We know that.
understanding, and you're not far off. But Flat Earth has such an availability of arguments that I don't even know if Flat Earth appreciates all the arguments that we have. You know, we have such an availability of ways of discussing this shit.
Flat Earth is sentient.
But you
It
failed
has
to work your way
feelings.
into the
What hell is
conversation that was
it?
going on. What's going on? Do you think this is now your open platform to just philosophise about your thoughts on feelings on life in general? About how Flat Earth... Is this suddenly the Sinclair How Flat Earth is Progressing show? Sit down and shut up, you stupid little twat. What part of you haven't got away with your smug little trick don't you understand? That's not an open invitation for you to take over and philosophise about life in general. Sit down and shut up.
Yeah, that happens after the show's over.
I think we care what you think and feel about how Flat Earth's going. We don't. My God, you're
and the
irritating.
community is not sentient beings, you know. People have different opinions in people that know that Flat Earth is real.
Arwen, don't feed into his bullshit conversation. He's bringing up that
You gotta be
bullshit topic.
careful, Arwen.
Can we get back to what you were talking about,
He's done it
Brian?
now, Brian. He's did that. I can't stop this now, can I?
Yeah, Brian can, but
Yeah.
continue
You
with his
wait till later,
conversation.
Arwen.
with
I'll
Paul.
deal with you later.
There you go. You got what you wanted,
There
Brian.
you go, chuckle.
This is it. This is it.
What it is.
Well, this is what we've got to deal with. People on our own side coming here just to amuse themselves with nonsense claims about ether they undoubtedly don't even believe. Why? Just not enough amusement in Flat Earth anymore. It's not exciting enough.
And that's after telling us our standards are too high. This is the same
No, I'm
guy.
low-key trying to promote QE's episode. Supposedly with you and QE. It should be interesting. I'm not sure if it's an open panel, but I feel like Flat Earth is at the point where it's something you just can't not address anymore.
Who cares what
That is
what you
neither.
think?
Wow,
You
how
know,
profound.
See, wow, profound.
It is
Unbelievable.
profound. It's going
I
to be
mean,
addressed
a
by QE.
sage.
Still plenty of opportunities not to address it out there, though.
No, Arwen, what's going on here is St. Cleanser needs attention. He's an attention-seeking person. He needs that. So he has to get it either in a good way or a bad way. So he doesn't care if he causes chaos as long as he gets the attention, because that's what he craves. Wolfie does the same thing.
Yeah, it's pretty
An
sad, eh?
attention seeker.
Yeah, very sad.
Yeah. Sad.
Brian, the awareness of Nathan keeps you from my wrath, I guess you could say. You are being protected by Nathan because I'm not actually allowed
Nice try.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see how many fall into that little.
little.
Yeah, how
any other
pathetic
person.
a spider's web you weave. How many people
You're
do you
being
think is going to fall into
protected.
that? Zero bites.
mean-
Zero, Sinclair. Nobody's biting on that.
Exactly.
Maybe you could call them my
If you think we're
disciples.
gonna-
I'll try
Maybe
again
you could
later.
raise to the level of Gem Panda psychology with that little chestnut.
Jim Panda looks
Yeah,
like
that
a
was
runt.
hopeless.
He did
Okay?
the same thing
That's
he
not
did.
fair.
He called them my disciples to get the same attempted rise that you're trying to get. Yeah? Oh, wow. Raised the level of Gem Panda's mentality. Wow. That's a real achievement there, Sinclair. You must be proud.
Thank God you're there, Nathan. Otherwise, Brian would be
Yeah,
torn to pieces.
exactly.
Oh my God.
Technically, that's you biting me.
Not a chance.
No, what Brian will be doing will be giving St. Cleanser the needed attention. That's what will be happening.
Which
Not
Brian?
to give the argument.
Which
He
Brian? Would
doesn't
that be
care.
Be
Brian?
careful. Don't give me too much attention, Brian.
We're
Relax.
trying not to.
Get another hobby.
You've opened up the
Well,
conversation,
if you
though.
go away, we won't get it. We won't be giving it to you at all. All you have to do is go away.
Well, you won't show up here after Nathan's gone and talk with us. You won't do it.
Why would I? There's
I
not
cut them off. What are you talking about?
You won't do it, and you'll
I
find
cut the
every excuse you
connection.
want to.
Hello? They've got no control over that. I cut the connection.
I know, and that's the limitation of him. He doesn't
Why would I
want
show
to
up to
search
talk to
out
you,
any
St.
other
Cleanser?
arguments. He wants to stay.
Why would I
in
show
his,
up to talk to you? What
I don't
what
wanna
knowledge
say
have you got to impart to me?
Well,
See,
it's like hanging with the
hang on,
roach.
Alvin. Hang on.
Hold on.
What knowledge have you got to impart to me? Why should I show up to talk to you?
because flat earthers should be talking about things that actually matter. And there's a huge discussion within flat Earth
nice
that
and
has
vague.
to
So
do
yeah,
with the
that,
ether
there we
and
go.
all
That's
these
why.
things.
That's why I won't be
And I don't think
turning
you're
up to talk to you
exposed to it.
ever. That's why I'll never be turning up to talk to you. I did talk to you. I was on Discord talking to you in the past, but you're so busy trying to get attention from anyone and everyone, you don't even remember.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah, we don't need
I
to
guess
hang
you're
with
right, I don't
roaches.
remember. I have no idea what you're talking about. But I'm here all day. I
Exactly.
got my day off, so absolutely. If you're,
Of course, we
more
need to
than
know.
welcome
We
to
need to
come
know
in
your
however
schedule. We
long
need
you
to know
want.
you're here all day because obviously, it's like this is your office.
I have an
We are your
agenda.
receptionists. We really care where you'll be. We don't. No, nobody cares, St. Cleanser. They need to declare where you'll be. Nobody's keeping notes on where you'll be other than you. So unless this is a self-reminder because you're too stupid to keep up with where you'll be, there's no need to broadcast that.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
asking
like the
Nathan, why is
borders
it
who
that
feel
flat
that they're
earthers
very
feel like they
important.
should be intimidated from an open discussion? There's nothing wrong with being a flat
You
earther.
asked what
and
you got to
talking about
offer.
these things.
What you got to offer?
The ether.
We dealt
All
with that,
and
didn't
more.
we, Circle
Every
Jerker?
discussion
That's
about
the
life
third
that
time's
you guys
charm.
don't want to have.
So that's got to be the end of St. Cleanser's time here today. What did I warn you? Dealt with it twice. You want me to deal with it a third time?
Don't
You haven't got
limit
that
yourself.
to offer. That's not a tasty morsel.
Listen, I mean, I've heard you guys talk with Witsit. Witsit's, one of those guys on the internet, right?
This is what you've
That's
got to
fine,
offer.
but-
It's what you've got to offer.
Let's change things around. And,
Yeah, I'm asking you what you've got to offer. You're telling us about how you've listened to us talk. You could carry on doing that. Offer what you offer best. Shut up and listen to us talk.
I'm just telling you and your audience that there's an exciting part of flat Earth that is just waiting in the wings for
No, it's not.
participation.
I,
Let's try
I
it
used
twice.
to come in there
and,
All right,
talk to
bye-bye,
you.
St.
Exciting that you would
Cleanser. Sorry, you can't just not follow through on what I've threatened to do.
get rid of him.
Get rid of him. Yeah, I'm not going to deal with it a third time. No.
See, Nathan, I used to go in there. He constantly with Ether, and he can never answer the question of what Ether is. I don't go there no more. He's playing games.
He's not interested in
Attention.
answering what ether is. It's just a sociopath.
You know the way our opposition often feel that they have more importance in the world than they actually do? Like they'll say, they nearly make it as if it's some kind of an honor for you to speak to them. That's the way he is. He is the same. I can't even. I find it hard to believe he's even on our side because, he is a baller. He is no different than a bad baller troll. He's no different.
Well, ether is pretty much the same shell game as gravity when it comes down to it, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, isn't there a conception of the bending and warping of space-time? Wasn't that created, the relativity created off the back of supposedly dispelling the ether?
No, Einstein was in agreement with the ether. Believe it or not.
Well, when you plot a particle's position over time, right, on a graph, that's space-time to them. So they call it ether. The heliocentrists call it space-time. It's
Yep.
same time.
Yeah, a field, right?
Excuse me. My citation, Brenda, says that space-time is the hole in a donut. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Before I read this out, I know it's slightly off topic because I labelled him it. What is a sociopath? The term sociopath refers to someone living with antisocial personality disorder, ASPD, as does the term psychopath. I wouldn't label him that, but there we go. The most recent edition of the Diagnostics and Statistical Manual, DSM-5, which mental health professionals use to diagnose mental health conditions, defines ASPD as a consistent disregard for rules and social norms and repeated violations of other people's rights. People with the condition might seem charming and charismatic at first, at least on the surface, but they generally find it difficult to understand other people's feelings. They often break rules or laws, behave aggressively or impulsively, feel little guilt for harm they cause others, use manipulation, deceit, and controlling behaviour.
Wow. That should say sin cleanser right after that.
It's a lot of anti-flat earthers latch onto that system.
Yeah, but that is sin cleanser. Perfectly.
It's throwing out statements that are just bait for people to ask him questions on, and then he'll answer those questions with some vague philosophy answer that will lead people into the conversation he wants to have, where he's the center of attention. Because he's a nobody. If he was a somebody, he wouldn't need to do that. Only nobodies need to do that.
You're correct.
Yet we're still talking about him.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, pretty base, isn't it? Fun though. We're only people, we're easily distracted. So we're talking about ideas and concepts, and then someone comes in and next thing you know, we're talking about them. That's the point. That's what he wanted. And you're saying, well, you're just giving him what he wants by describing him and just detailing how he behaves. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, aren't we easily distracted? How easily we sink 3 levels.
To take us away from a good conversation.
Absolutely. There's no way I'm getting that train back on the rails as much as I attempted to, right? Brian's not all het up and passionate like he was about 15 minutes ago. Paul, where's Paul? Is he still even here? Let's hope so. But am I going to get that back on the rails? Nah. Sociopath stepped in. That train's well off the tracks.
I find it interesting that he decided to derail that particular conversation. I mean, isn't that what Rumpus and other people have been doing for years, coming in, derailing conversations, creating enough of a problem that the conversation gets lost?
Yeah, that was a massive turnaround in Flat Earth debate. So I was plugging YouTube earlier, where you can see shows maybe 1 through 150. There's a certain tone and timbre to the show. That changes drastically after a conversation I had with Sleeping Warrior. And he'd gone to the extent of taking a chunk of the 3-hour show that it was that day and presenting it to me in a different order. He's like, here's this argument. I want you to listen to the argument. So the argument gets presented. There's a lot of rumpusing, Discord rumblings. The argument goes away, and then edited in, so to speak, by Anthony in this example, is the conclusion by the opponent 2.5 hours later. That's probably been elaborated up from 10 minutes to 45 minutes to 2 hours. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, some significant time later, the opponent's point is conceded. But at a time where it's inconsequential, the person gets to feel, an absolution of guilt in that regard. I hope that's the right word. Because they've disclaimed where the argument is concluded, so it wasn't left unaddressed. But in their rounding up of the argument, they're conceding the point. And Anthony was saying to me, all that's happened is they've rumpused, it wasn't a term back then, this conversation, so that there's a disconnect between the point being made and the conclusion. However, if you step in and make sure it stays quote-unquote on track, these are Anthony Riley, Sleeping Warrior's words, then we'll have A, B, C of an argument for an audience to listen to. And I was like, no, you're right, it's getting lost in the weeds. I'll have to take more charge. Because he was essentially saying I'd got to step up. You've got to be more assertive, you've got to take more charge, you've got to allow the debate to actually conclude. I was like, okay, And you'll see there's a stark change in my attitude. Now, that has been exemplified to date, coincidentally with a flat earther, which is a bit weird. But with a flat earther, in terms of my attitude towards nonsense when it comes about, deal with it swiftly. Don't let it come off the rails. But in this example, the guy from Discord said it earlier. We're still talking about it, right? Yeah, sometimes it works. Sometimes they slip you by because it's a friendly. Is he? Is he friendly, or is he just looking for attention? Says he's friendly. Seems really charming. Seems really nice and sincere. Oh, what's that, Ether? It's just, he just wants attention.
Well,
Anyway.
having taken what you just said in mind, right? Do you think that we would be as far with the elevation angle discussion as we are now had you not taken those steps?
Absolutely not. Without question, no, we wouldn't.
Because 10th talked about it for almost a solid year in the pre-shows. And if he hadn't been allowed, to talk it out for us to absorb the information, I don't know if it would have sunken in,
Well, yeah, which took stopping reasonable debate taking place by the opponent, Globers, now labelled anti-flat earthers, now relabelled heretics. That had to change. There had to be a change in terms of that. And as a result, that was their main tactic, because they've got losing arguments for the globe that had holes riddled throughout them. And when it comes to somebody honing in on one of those holes, they had to rumpus to succeed in not having the information disseminated to other people who were watching, which is really all they wanted to achieve. Maybe it's for their own bias to be confirmed. I don't know why. I'm not going to divine their motivation. I've tried for 7 years. I'm never going to figure it out. But I don't know. You've got to stop that, because otherwise someone like 10th Man, when they're trying to get a point across, if someone's up for debating him and saying it's different, and then everything stops, right? Until they go rinse and repeat 4 times or 3 times today.
There's a difference between someone wanting to debate you and someone just wanting to gaslight you. We have 4 oppositions. We have the opposition that's the most obvious, which is the people online, Rumpus, Ruif, the general that we all know about. We have the mainstream media that character assassinate us at every turn. We have the ignorance of the general public, so that's 3, right? But we also have another one that me and Neil talked about in the past, and we've all talked about, and that is we have the Flat Earth Society. We don't know who these people are or what their actual agenda is, but history has shown us that they're definitely not on the side of fact and truth. Charles K. Johnson, who died in 2001, he was basically us, him and Samuel Shenton, who was the person who came just before him. The 2 of them were basically, right, they were basically us back then. And who got in Charles K. Johnson's way more than anyone? A guy called Leo Ferrari, who was Flat Earth Society. When people search Flat Earth, they find Flat Earth Society straight away. So we have a 4th opposer. And that opposer sits within our house, our home. And we got to know when that opposer is raising its head and who they are, and weed them out. And we've got to accept who they are. Because the problem is they're quote-unquote flat earthers as well. But their agenda is not fact and truth.
They're not friendly, Brian.
No, their agenda is different.
I would say there's another factor you can throw in there, or faction.
What's that?
Like the flat earthers who apparently feel like our standards are too high. Like Sink Cleanser. Right?
Well,
Numpty flat earthers.
How do you know that he's not on the opposing side?
He's the Ferrari guy.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
How do you know?
I don't know that. I don't know that.
I didn't want to make his name.
I'm going by what his words are. Right?
Yeah, but he sounds like the Ferrari guy from the Flat Earth Society. That's who he is.
Well, he likes to gaslight as opposed to debate. He wants to gaslight you into having some kind of an argument and derail. Like the fact that he came, I can't say he is or isn't anything, right? He might just be some lonely idiot. I don't know. But the point is that he derailed a conversation that doesn't come up very often. You know, and he derailed that. Why would he decide to derail that?
He did do that, that's for sure.
Yeah,
And I was
he brought up
enjoying
the
that
ether
conversation.
then. Yeah, and he brought up the ether. So what is ether connected to? Connected to light. You know what I mean? Why would he want a conversation about light and the claimed speed it has to be derailed? If you were an ether believer, would you not want to have that conversation? You know, he didn't want the conversation. He wanted to derail it. So that is a red flag for me when someone wants to do that.
Yeah, good point.
Well, if you want to believe that light is a perturbation of the ether, then the speed at which it perturbates through that medium is everything to you in your belief.
Exactly.
So there is something that exists that allows everything that's happening to happen. And if it didn't exist, things that are happening wouldn't be happening. And that's how you know this thing is there, because things are happening. It's great.
That checks out, as you say.
Yep. Yep.
I can't
Yeah,
believe.
I just think we need to be aware when we have people who are claiming to be on our side are actively trying to derail or gaslight us in any way, regardless of who they are. I think we need to be very aware of that, because they are the people who have the best chance of getting us, because they'll knife us in the back at that crucial time.
Yeah, well, when you're like really on the top of things, things get hot, and suddenly, like, people can and will apparently turn on you and test you all the time. It's how that works. So we are on top of things. Like with this group, we are. Like, I don't know anybody else out there, and I've looked around and I've felt around. I don't know anybody else that is upholding this standard. I don't.
There is nobody else, Alwyn.
I know. So as far as I'm concerned, this is all logical.
They are just skanking, though.
What's
but
that?
It's not our standard.
When you
It's
stick out, you're gonna get the full blow of the wind.
it's not our standard. It's you know what I mean. It's the standard that has been applied. Like when we're talking about scientific evidence, we use a scientific standard. If we're talking about historical
But I'm
evidence,
talking about
historical
our
standard.
principles and our effort.
Right. Yeah. I was about to say that. Yep. The principles that we apply to them, I don't see that many places at all.
That's why I didn't understand the apology at first to Whitson and Bob, because no matter who comes here, if it's not backed up or validated, you're going to get it.
As an Italian, I'd expect you to know more than anybody, because it's not personal. That's why.
Strictly business.
Right. Strictly business. What's our business? We deal with ether. Do we deal with Bob? No, Bob's just one guy.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand the apology.
But that was to Whitsitt for how Nathan spoke to Whitsitt. That's what the apology was.
Okay.
I'd like to take it as a recognition of his worth, and that Nathan would find it worth to actually, do that. Because he did deserve it, but still, I like Whitsitt. Like, he's smart, he's sharp, he has a lot of energy, and that is remarkable.
160 IQ.
And he doesn't feel off too much. Like, every time he dwells, he still does it with a good reason. Like, he's still trying to do the right thing.
Right,
and
or to put it another way,
that's remarkable.
He deserves a bit more respect than I extended.
Right, but it is the flat Earth debate, and you were not off any norm, right?
No, I
This
didn't
is
take any
how
of
it
the
works,
argument
this show.
points back. I'm not apologising for that, and I won't. Why would I?
He's apologizing for you stupid boy.
Yeah,
I got
basically, in a nutshell.
All right.
But Nathan, that's you. That's what I love.
Well, that's
you
something
so
I'll
when I
need to
first
work
started
on,
hearing
right?
That was him
That's
at
your
the time,
esoterics.
and
That's
today
your
that was him at the
metaphysical
day. That was him at the time, at the moment, and today is a different day, and he acted a different way, right?
Yeah.
Like a grown man should, right?
Right,
There's
I
no
give him credit
problem
for
with
that.
that, man.
Normally, the way I assess these things, I like to be very, very honest. Generally, online, I like to behave exactly like I would in general. So what goes through my mind is, if Witsit was stood in front of me, would I have the conversation the same way? And the answer's no. Now, typically, with anybody else, the answer's yes. Now, in the clip, I put myself on camera. That's me lying to myself about how I'd behave. Look, this is me, really me, how I feel towards Witsit. That's just me lying to myself. Because in reality, after assessing it, I've looked at it and gone, would I behave like this if he was actually in front of me? And the answer's no.
So that's an admission of a bluff. Well,
From me, yeah, if you want to call it that. That was me just,
Yeah.
well, I called it me lying to myself. I'm trying to convince myself that I would behave like that to Witsit face to face. So I've got to go on camera. Admittedly, he said I've got a script, but that was my cue to go on camera. And all I'm doing in that moment is convincing myself that my aggression is justified, because I'd be like that if he was there face to face. And the answer after looking back on it with retrospect is going, no, I wouldn't. If he was face to face, I'd be different. I wouldn't be calling him a stupid boy. I certainly wouldn't be that aggressive with him. Now, I make that assessment multiple times. And how often do you hear me apologising? I get pretty aggressive with people. But I do in public, in person. So, you know, that when you hear me like that, people are like, you wouldn't be like that with me in person. Yeah, I would. You'd be shocked. And believe me, it's a lot more shocking when you've got me right in front of you doing it. You know, trust me, I am just like this in real life. But that doesn't mean I make mistakes on air like I would in day-to-day, face-to-face confrontations. Everybody makes mistakes. You assess something and go, no, it's the debate, I'm right, therefore I'm entitled to behave like I would with a fundy. Well, no. They're far more disrespectful and haven't earned any respect from me. Witsit has.
Well, I'm glad you apologized to him because I like Witsit. It was sort of like when I was begging you to go on 24/7, and you did one morning. I caught it, and you were going at it with Battle Mod. I think I was cringing. I'm like, no, I like both of these guys. Stop it, Nathan.
I'm glad you addressed it too. Honestly, I'm glad you addressed the Witsit thing.
You like Battle Mod? Really?
Yeah,
I don't remember
like
this.
both of them.
Okay.
They did replay stuff. It might be from ages ago, Neil, because I honestly don't remember this. Maybe you convinced me that I did remember it last time, but...
No, Tech Man was on the same morning. He heard it too. He heard it as well.
Okay. Well, it's lost in the ether of...
It was a while ago, though.
There's a lot of 24/7 footage. You'll never find it again.
So what are your guys' thoughts on the Akashic records being stored in ether?
What's the...
You bastard! That's a different type of ether. That's the spiritual
Oh, it's a
ether.
different type of ether, really.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a lot of things can be named ether. Like, I have a list of ethers. It's like 4 or 5 different type of things. Like from chemical to presuppositional mediums to electric systems and all that, right? But it's different. They're not actually connected. They're only connected by name. And that is
So what
through
you're saying
man's
is the
choice.
Akashic records don't exist, Arwen.
Is QE around?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. You were rumpusing too much. Like, could you repeat what you were rumpusing over me?
I was literally quiet. I said, dude. I said, so what you're saying is the Akashic records don't exist.
The Akashic records are an antecedent to reality. and they were created
Right,
by
so the
God.
ether
It is
has
the
to
library
exist,
of
right?
information. It's where all our inspiration, everything comes from through our decisions by God's law.
So the ether does exist.
No,
No,
what is
Hold on, I
ether?
heard
not the same thing.
Hold on, I don't mind Ether
Ether,
doing this.
Yeah,
Ether,
Akashic
let's just
Library.
ask him. Hold on.
Ether,
Hold on.
Akashic Library.
What is ether? Ether.
To me?
Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
Well, I've got a list here. I hope Kiwi doesn't mind because it's part of the presentation that he's asking for my approval rather than me immediately disseminating on my show. So I hope he's not around to hate me. Doesn't look like it. All right, I'm in the clear. Until he finds out. Right, ether believers claim ether is 1. Non-manifest medium. 2. The openness. 3. The dome. 4. Magnetic fields. 5. Space. 6. The substance of space. 7. Liquid flowing in and out of matter. 8. Everything. 9. Photons. 10. The background medium. 11. We can see it. 12. We can't see it. 13. Quantum foam. 14. Subtle energy. 15. Inertia. 16. Lightning. 17. Non-cookies. 18. Vacuum energy. I'm not going to continue.
You're
yeah,
in
you
trouble.
need to add home
You're
of
in
Akashic
trouble.
Records.
I like the
Number
non-cookies
whatever,
one.
but home of Akashic Records. Just for put it early too, because that's funny.
I'll put your name next to ether. It'll be ascribed to you.
Fucking right.
Forgot non-Cartesian pure potential.
Oh, I'll
There
add
you
that
go.
to the list.
Did you say non-cookies?
Non-Cartesian.
Maybe
Yes.
I think
Yes, he said non-cookies. Yes.
Oh my
I think
god.
pure potential kind of covers it all, doesn't it? It's the pure potential that cannot be the unmanifested pure potential. It's the pinnacle of all our hopes and dreams of things that haven't happened. That's
It's
what
the no
ether
That's
is.
from
thing.
Ken
It's the
Wheeler's
no
Black
thing and nothing.
list.
Say again, Paul?
That's from Ken Wheeler's Black List. You know, the Duper's Delight Man.
I did it this morning. I was listening back to show 7 or 8, and Grim V arguing with I can't remember what the guy's name was. Fairly fresh-looking young guy, Lewis something. Anyway, and they're arguing about ether. They're both globe believers, arguing about this exact same Ken Wheeler nonsense.
Wow.
He does have 273,000 subscribers.
Amazing. When you come up with shit, how many subscribers you get.
Well, all Einstein did was recharacterize the ether as space-time. That's all he did. So I don't know why flat earthers are arguing for ether, aka space-time.
Well, he had to do that.
Who has to do that?
Einstein had to do that.
Yeah, but I'm saying, why are flat earthers arguing for space-time?
Because, John, something exists that allows everything to happen the way it's happening. And if it didn't exist, things that are happening wouldn't be happening. And things are happening, so therefore that thing that allows things to happen exists.
Exactly. That's God, Chocolate. It's God. You saying God don't exist?
I mean, sorry, but that's what I hear whenever this thing comes up. Right? That's what I hear. Something exists that allows everything else to happen the way it's happening. And if it didn't, none of the things that are happening would be happening.
Well, usually,
I mean, is there anything more direct than that?
It
Usually
exists
when I
in
hear
counter
it,
space.
usually when I hear it, it comes out as an inaccurate description of something, right? So they'll say it's the perturbation of the electromagnetic field, what we call light. Well, a perturbation is a disturbance of a medium. So they're like begging the question with their word perturbation, that there's a medium there to disturb to create light. And then it's just kind of just steamroll. It's the same shell game though that you do with gravity. You know,
Wait, didn't QE say it's the mother of all fallacies? The argument from ignorance fallacy.
I would try and distinguish between, first of all, the types of ether you've got. Darwin did it during the live show, and I tried to get him to just reiterate. But to me, you see, there's different types of ether. The old school historical ether is named after the god, which is just the blueness of the sky. Can also be described as the stuff that makes up the air outside of our air. So the rest of, for the heavens, what fills the heavens. It was described as what the gods breathe. Humans breathe air, and the gods breathe ether. So that you can go back to that point. But the thing that we tend to be dealing with is the ether, which is referred to as the luminiferous ether, which is the kind of 18th, 19th century derivation for a medium for the transmission of electromagnetic waves. That's a very, very different thing for the centuries and centuries it was used to what ether was redefined as in the 18th century to allow greater understanding, supposedly, or to fill in the blanks of the behaviour of light, given that we thought it was behaving as a wave. That was its whole purpose, to be a medium for it to propagate the waves of light. It wasn't proven, it was just like the dark matter, dark energy. If we've got this, then we can understand how light propagates as a wave. We can't see it, just must be invisible for it to propagate in. They're very, very different things, what we're dealing with in the past that puts ether in the psyche to what it does in the 18th, 19th century to fill a void of knowledge.
Right, spirit ether and electric ether and the chemical ether. So many ethers, it's incredible. It's a really popular designation in human lore.
Someone has interpreted the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment to mean that wave function collapse means particles, but then an interference pattern actually means waves, hence the duality. So someone needs to put them straight.
Well, that's simple. You can create a wave with particles, like the pixels on your TV can show a wave, but you can't make a particle with waves.
That is the main argument from the advocates, at least as far as it goes on 24/7.
Oh, by the way, I forgot the radio ether. They also use ether for that. See, so much ether everywhere. Ether is everything. It's in everything.
Is that the non-cookies ether?
Yes.
Yeah, are you adding these to the list, Nathan?
No, it's the semantics of ether. It's been widely integrated in many different fields.
I heard Keanu Reeves mention it. He said it's lost in the ether.
I prefer London dry gin than beef ether,
It's also a quantum singularity, except it's written a different way. Ken Wheeler says a supermass with no magnitude. Same difference, I think.
A what now? Quantum
supermass with no magnitude?
What's a
It's like
quantum
infinite density with no volume. Same difference, isn't it?
What's a quantum singularity?
Before the Big Bang is the suggestion.
Oh, okay. All right.
So he's mixing old phlogiston ether with some biology terms and some cosmology astrophysics terms, and then he's just making shit up.
Was there a bang before the Big Bang? Why is it called Big Bang? Was there another?
Because it was universe expanding, so it was all encompassing. It was the biggest bang of all ages.
I don't know about that. I had a couple of big bangs in my life.
You've all surpassed what Paul said. So, no, the singularity is the point before that.
Oh, right, yes. within the Big Bang Theory, it all started with one point of infinity. And then, for some reason, it decided not to be infinity anymore and explode in all directions and form everything.
Other way
the way
around.
it is.
So you're starting off with essentially nothing, and then you divide by that, and you get everything. That's infinity from nothing.
That is mathematical.
I'm just telling you.
We're talking story descriptions. People have to be able to actually imagine what's going on. You know, if you put math in there, it's not gonna work. It's a storyteller tradition to uphold, guys. Come on.
Does Ken Wheeler have a definition for mass? Because a super mass? I couldn't join in a minute ago. It's like you're gonna have to
That's what the
define
guy
mass
just
first,
said.
Ken.
That's right next to the Super GP, bro.
It's a side subject, but as Paul's just piped up, am I okay to mention chocolate and Vitalite to them, or is that something you didn't want public?
I thought that might be a good surprise to sort of spring the finished version on QE just before his show, but maybe not.
What I mean is, can I talk about it?
What? I heard my name. What?
Nothing.
Well, if it's a surprise, we can't tell you QE. So.
Oh, there you go. That's a no.
Oh, I like surprise.
Yeah, great. What about the other thing that's in the mix? Can I mention that publicly?
It's all ordered, and they're going to tell me if there's anything delayed.
Perfect. I will talk about this then. Okay, so Paul, the guy who was just talking a second ago, has got in touch behind the scenes to offer to significantly upgrade the PC that I intended to order. So what I said is, take the funds, give them to me. I will turn them into a much, much, much better PC. I don't know. I don't know how to express how excited I am about what is offered, because the PC itself, you guys who are regulars know that I talk about keeping the computer as quiet as possible. That's all I constantly focus on. Well, this is a passive PC, i.e. it doesn't generate any noise. So it's basically silent, which is absolutely amazing. So with the help of a subscriber, now participant in the show, that money that's been turned into, I don't know, it would have turned into a good PC, but certainly not as good as what it will now become, because it's going to become an amazing PC from the perspective that I'm only concerned about. Most people wouldn't care. Me, I'm deeply concerned with how much noise it makes, given that it's right next to me, and this will be silent. So I'm elated, but I'm glad to be able to pass that information on as a result of a GoFundMe, people contributing to that. Paul's not made money. I will have to still obviously give him the money that the people contributed to the GoFundMe, for him to make it even better. So I'm very, very pleased and excited that I'm going to be getting a fabulous PC that does exactly what I want it, which is very niche, I might add. So there we go. So just big thank you to you, and I'm glad to be announcing that fact. I'm so delighted.
You're welcome. Can we turn some people? Can we turn some people into him and see if he can make them a little stealth?
Can I ask a question? What was the link there? Is this PC Ether called or something?
No, I've started a GoFundMe. I just haven't really mentioned it to you particularly, Adam. So I took the computer to get repaired. Well, I say repaired. It was actually working fine. It just wasn't. It was a bit glitchy. So I got the guy, my computer guy, to have a look at it, and it was all water damaged. And he showed me. He'd stripped it, cleaned it, got the motherboard working again, but by the time he did, it started to fall to pieces. Two of the lanes for the memory started to break, and then the memory itself failed. So he was fighting against this computer dying before his eyes. This is the computer that is actually now recording this show, because he got it working. He got it back working again in a reduced way with less memory and single channel, but it works. It's fine. And as a result, I'm like, this is going to die soon. It's 8 years old. It's constantly running at a ridiculously high temperature because I try to run it without fans. So it's dried out the motherboard and it's now brittle as all hell. So I started a GoFundMe, which has almost reached its total. And those funds will go to a very kind participant of the now Discord server, and obviously fan of the show, that wants to keep Flat Earth debate running in the best possible way. Well, keeping me happy will be silent behind me, which is, I can't express how excited I am about that fact. That's like a wet dream. That's like my fantasy PC. I watched, I went and had a look at videos on passive cooling from the day I wanted to build one, because I just hate noise. I want it silent. Anyway.
Me too. I want to silence some people too. Can we do that with people?
Not with Sync Cleanser.
It's worth trying, though, I think.
Because less noise is always a plus.
That said, I got my wife bringing groceries in a minute through the studio that needs to be silent. It's actually a throughway if my wife actually does need to use the kitchen. You can hear her banging in the background. Yeah, because I need that silent PC.
Come on, Nathan. Like, seriously, you're hearing this. We're not hearing it. There's no sound coming through. Whatever your setup is, there's no sound coming through. Always remember your ears are a lot better than any technological senses.
Owen, you know he wants it perfect.
Strategic muting, that's all that is.
No, but there's no noise coming through.
I hope not.
Ever.
I should hope not.
Like every time you speak up about it, it's like, no, we're not actually hearing that. You're hearing it with your ears because you have good keen ears, right? But we're not hearing that through the recording. So
Nathan.
Hey,
enough about Nathan's computer. What's up with my surprise? I'm lacking. I need self-involvement.
What do you mean enough about Nathan's computer? The surprise is coming from the same guy, so show some respect. I can't downplay this. This is something that I could never achieve in my wildest dreams. As a flat earther on YouTube, this is a big deal to me. Not going to just move on. How dare you?
It's probably fairly boring for the audience if they're not computer nerds.
No.
Is he getting me a new bow?
A new bow? Nice segue.
How about we start with a pop filter for your explosives?
That would be good. I think there is a couple out there already. I think we've got a few of those, haven't we? Expletives only.
How about if we start with, let's say, a nude trigger? How about that?
A nude trigger?
Nude trigger, not nude. A new trigger, like a thumb trigger or hinge release, a new release.
You can't do GoFundMes for things like that. New mic, yes, you can do a GoFundMe for that. New computer, yes, you can do a GoFundMe for that.
I need some new ammo.
New ammo? No.
I wasn't saying I was doing a go. Oh, hold on. I'm not saying do a GoFundMe for it. I'm saying the surprise is the surprise encompass any of those things that I spoke of.
Surprise! We got you a hyper-specific trigger mechanism we didn't know you needed.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I got one coming in tomorrow.
Ooh.
Pure testing purposes.
Yeah, it's days like these that make me very much proud of the community that I sometimes slag off and say I'm not a part of. In reality, the community is glorious, and one of the biggest positives about being a flat earther. There's a lot of negative crap you have to deal with. People doxing you, people reporting you to the police, people reporting you to social services, all of those kind of crap things most people wouldn't cope with. Now, as a flat earther, I feel pretty resilient to those things after so many years. They're an irritation. But it's something that I can cope with directly because of things like this happening. Plod might knock on my door because some fundy anti-flat earther doesn't like what I've got to say. That's going to happen. But Does the similar things happen in terms of the support mechanisms that I am privy to for your average globe believer? No. He might earn a hell of a lot more money from YouTube, but does that give you any sort of reward? Does it make you feel good? Does it make you proud of what you do? Nah. Yeah, get plenty of ad revenue if it's promoting the globe, as opposed to very limited ad revenue in a niche fringe categorized as subject. So, you know, in that respect, you go, well, so you've got to assess, unfortunately, like most people do, what's actually in it for you. And if you're making a career out of it and you can't sustain the equipment to do it, you go, oh, I can't do it. But when the community around you go, no, we want you to do this. That's what I hear when people contribute to things like this Gofundme. It's what Paul said. I want you to do this. And because of that, I'm going to help you do it. Now, yeah, I'm going to go on at length about this because I'm never going to shut up about it. I'm going to be honest. I'm already almost stuttering and stammering about it. But that aside, the sentiment, what it represents, is far more important. It's that I was trying to give back in a kind of pay it forward way when I did the GoFundMe for Flatsoid. It's like, take it upon yourself to do something to get Flatsoid a good computer in a limited way that I can with no money, and that's raising funds from a good community that I know will support him in that endeavour. And the fact that I know I can do that in this community, that it gives me goosebumps just talking about it. It's an amazing community. Now, from the outside, you look in and you go, wow, they get a lot of crap, don't they? You're like, yeah, unfortunately, really, really good things in life are often counterbalanced by things that are awful. That's just how life is.
Well, I'd like to circle back, if I may. Now, are you going to use this computer only for the flat Earth debate?
I may search for pornography on it once in a while. Is that okay?
That's unacceptable. That is unacceptable. That falls in my bow and release category.
Actually, to be perfectly honest, that is actually all I do on this computer.
Well, you better keep to that, mister.
I mean, it gets turned on. I mean, that is a slight lie because it is used as the jukebox, so it does play music when the show's finished. But other than
I don't need any backhanded slights about the new bow and release and stuff like that then. Because
What, did you trash the old bow already?
No, it's the principle of the thing. Because I do hunt for my friggin' wolf pups.
You can't use metaphor to raise funds. No. You can loosely associate something that isn't necessarily directly connected to the show. So I'll give you an example. So back several years ago, I was losing so much time from walking around when I first had Eleanor. So I was taking her to all of the classes and all the groups and stuff, and I was almost missing the startup for the show. It was causing problems. So I spun that into, rather than, God, it's really difficult to run a YouTube channel when you haven't got a car and you're walking around and taking kids to classes and stuff. It's just exhausting. You turn that into, I need a car to make myself more efficient, to give me more time to do videos and YouTubing. That's how I spun essentially getting a car out of people wanting to support the show. Now, I can only remember the spin because it's absolutely true. It's still spin, though. I'm still essentially e-begging for a car, aren't I? But that is directly used to keep me on time, to know that I'll be doing, to be running the show. I've never got an excuse, oh, well, I got trapped in the snow and the pushchair lost a wheel or whatever, But that was where I spun it. But I don't ever see a situation where you can spin use of a compound bow other than a metaphor for you taking out globies into someone actually funding that.
Got a question, Nathan.
It is a compound bow, isn't it?
Nathan?
Oh,
yeah.
Of course, it's a compound bow.
What's up? Sorry, I had to take a step out for a second. Go ahead.
Oh, you weren't even listening.
I had to step away for a second. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, that's fair enough. Even though I was talking to you. Would you behave like that if you were face to face with the person? Now, imagine you're having a conversation face to face with somebody. You glance away because you hear something behind you, and when you look back, still mid-sentence, they've walked off.
Yeah, that's what we can do in this day and age of internet conversation. Sorry about that. Like I said, I didn't want to be rude overtly. I thought I could get away with it.
I see.
Well, either way, it's better than shaking hands with invisible people like my current president.
I'll give you the brush, a précis of what I said. No bow for you.
No bow for me, thank you. I heard compound bow. Yes, it's compound bow. I got 2 of them.
I've got a question, Nathan.
Go ahead.
How do migratory birds adjust for the Coriolis effect?
You're in a bit of a category error with your question there, Brian, because birds don't observe Coriolis effect unless they're on a roundabout watching a ball tossed over the top of it. It's a not actual deflection. So the only accounting for drift I call Coriolis is you observing the bird seem to drift as you turn beneath. But the bird itself, it can't account for that. Wolfie made that mistake as well, by the way.
Is that gas pressure, Brian?
They all make that mistake.
Yeah, in the same way the
birds
bird...
actually follow the magnetics.
Yeah, but the bird can't account for Coriolis effect. It's a not actual effect. Neither can aeroplanes in the same way the bird can't. So to ask what the bird would do to account for Coriolis, it can't in any circumstance. Neither can an aeroplane.
I think a better question would be, what did they do to account for Earth rotation?
Thanks for the
Perfect.
robot.
No, I got what he said. What Brian said was, the question should be, what do they do to account for Earth turning beneath the aeroplane at 1,000 miles an hour on the equator? What do they do to account for that? Because that's what you'd need to have Coriolis. Earth turning beneath the plane 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, for you to be on the ground, looking up at the plane, going, wow, look at it, it looks like it's drifting. You know what? It isn't really drifting, it's moving in a straight line. It only looks like it's drifting because we're turning beneath it at 1,000 miles an hour. Isn't that interesting? Said nobody ever. But that's what they'd have to say if we actually had Coriolis.
But migratory
Yeah.
birds.
How do they account for their moving
Yeah.
destination?
Nathan, in that short statement, spoke to all 4 necessary antecedents for the Coriolis effect to exist. Just in his couple brief sentences right there, he got all 4. Very impressive.
Is that so? Meanwhile, I'm getting a passive computer. Woohoo!
Yeah. And I'm not getting a bow. Which I think I truly deserve.
Which end?
Surprise!
Man,
Got him.
Where's your GoFundMe link for your bow?
I couldn't do it. I felt I thought about it for a brief moment and I floated it to some people and they said that lacks.
Can I guess the price?
Serious. Say again?
Can I guess the price?
Of a new bow?
No, of this part. Is it? Oh, you want a whole new bow? Wow.
No, I don't want a whole new bow. I was just putting that out there in principle.
Oh, just up in the. What was the part again? You did say what it was.
Oh, you're talking about a new release. It's there's a bunch of different releases. There's hinge releases, wrist releases, thumb trigger releases, resistance releases. It releases the arrow.
I got that. What describe the one that you would buy if you had this GoFundMe hypothetically? What release is it specifically that you were after?
It's the Stanislawski Onyx.
No, that's not what I meant. Not the brand and name. I mean, what is it? Describe it. What's the mechanics of it?
Oh, it's a resistance release, but I'm going to use it in an unorthodox fashion. I'm going to use it as a thumb relaxation trigger.
So relax your thumb and it releases the. What do you call them?
Correct.
You don't call
Correct.
them arrows.
Correct. So the mechanism of action for the orthodoxy, because I know everyone's on the edge of their seat waiting to hear this.
I just want to know what it does so I can guess how much it costs.
Oh, you're trying to get, this is the Stanislawski. So Stanislawski, all Stanislawski releases are top of the line. You can't.
What's it made
state
of?
of the art.
It's carbon fiber.
This particular one. Now I could go with the brass, but I'm not going to do that. They're sort of too heavy. It's almost contrived heaviness. They add too much weight. So I'm going to get the stainless steel or aluminum version.
Okay. I'm going to guess it costs less than $300.
Incorrect.
More than
Did you
$300?
just look it up?
No, not at all.
You're
Just guessing.
close.
Close. Am I close to 300's close?
Yeah, you're close.
Just over $300.
If I didn't have a military discount, it would be just a tad bit over.
You're telling me the end price is $300? Did I guess correctly?
Yes.
Ah, I love it. No, I did not look it up. I just guessed based on what you told me it was.
So this release is kind of unique in that there is no trigger on it. I'm going to make it a trigger. There's a thumb trigger, but that's used as a safety. And what you do is you set the holding weight. And when I mean holding weight, when you draw back the bow, mine's at 65 pounds. So through the draw, if I keep the trigger or the safety in this case depressed, it won't go off because I'm going to go up to and through 65 pounds till I get to what they call the wall, where you hold it right back near your ear. That weight you hold back there is called your holding weight. So I can adjust the way that it's purpose for is that you set the weight on the trigger more than your holding weight, like 4 or 5 pounds. So let's say my holding weight is 10 pounds. It's not, but we'll just use that as an example. 10 pounds. Then you can set that weight on the release for 15 pounds, right? And then while you're in there, while you're holding it, you release the trigger or the safety in this case, and then you pull back. And once you hit that 15 pounds of pressure, bam, it releases. But you don't know it. You don't know when that's going to occur because you're pulling. So it's a surprise shot. How you like that?
So the purpose is so the purpose is you're aiming and you've got it set such that when you pull it back, it's only just on what you know to be already your maximum holding weight. Let's say it's 80, and you want to set it slightly above that to 85, so that when you over exceed your maximum holding weight, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it'll go off, but the 80 number is crazy.
Well, then it's not a maximum. What are you talking about?
What?
You said it's your maximum holding. Oh, okay. I suppose holding isn't pulling. Okay.
Yeah, not pulling weight, because you're going to bypass that. Remember, you got your thumb on the safety.
I got all that.
As you're pulling it back, so it isn't going to fire. It's not going to fire as you're pulling it back, regardless.
No, I got that.
Once you get it back there, you got it.
Yeah, I got it. The reason you want to do that is because you want to be checking how well you're aiming. If you were, by comparison, although you've got it set up in a means that you can do it in a controlled way, it's the equivalent of pulling the shot and then just letting it go at the maximum and seeing how well you've actually aimed in that process, right?
It's a surprise shot. That means you don't know when it's going off because you don't have a micrometer measuring the poundage. You're focusing on pulling through the shot rather than punching a trigger. A lot of people get punchy. Now, I'm going to use it in a little different fashion. I'm going to take that safety. I'm going to use that safety as a relaxation technique. So I'm going to pull it back. But before I do that, I'm going to set that release for 6 pounds. So, and my holding weight in the back is 12. So I'm going to pull it back. I'm going to come to anchor. I'm going to relax, get that pin on that target, and then I'm going to release the safety. Guess what it's going to do?
So it's not to trick the squirrels you're hunting.
I'm not hunting squirrels.
Well, once you release the safety, if it's beyond the maximum, it'll just release it, won't it?
Exactly.
Isn't that just making the safety a
Why not
trigger?
just use the thumb?
because there's a
Why
little
not just use
difference
the
in.
thumb trigger?
Yeah, I know. I have a bunch of thumb triggers. I want to do that because the act of hitting that thumb trigger, it sort of you get a little punchy with it sometimes, and that's detrimental to your shot. Not that I do that, as far as you know, but I like whenever I was shooting in the military, I just got in a groove of relaxing. Even though I'm pulling the trigger, that relaxation is the best way to shoot. I was always most accurate that way. So listen, I'm just testing it out. I'm going to see how it goes. Right? Because like I said, it's a bit unorthodox.
Fair enough. I'm sure we're all glad that we heard that.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Patronizing.
Well, it might be dangerous. So anybody that doesn't like you, donate now.
Yeah, there is some risk, like self-administered nose job and some front dentistry.
Okay.
You mean if it goes wrong and your face is in the way?
Yeah.
Yeah. But there we go. That's why you have safeties and such. Unless you jerry-rig them to not do what they're supposed to.
See, Mama always said not to look in the sun, but Mama, that's where the fun is.
Well, safety has to be part of your nature in order to avoid actual calamities. And yeah, that could lead to paranoia. You just got to learn to deal with it and be very careful not to get too invested into it. Just get a good system, a good set of routines that are practical, that are proven, and you're good to go.
Nah, you just want a little adrenaline rush.
I did take. I
on
did
a social front, maybe, but we're talking about practical life.
I mean, the trigger, what that offers is, although it's been dissected down into, well, it'll mean that the shot comes when I'm most relaxed and therefore I won't be on the trigger and moving my shot slightly. Nah, you just want it for a little adrenaline rush. Surprise shot is what you called it. Surprise. What does that give you? I know your game.
Surprise shot. That means you're not consciously thinking about the shot because you automatically, when you're aiming, it's a marksmanship technique. When you're aiming, you're gonna have. Sometimes I go out there and it looks like I got a case of the jimmies. In other words, you see that bow arm that's holding out there gets a little shaky, like a crack addict. Other times I've gone out there and boom, it just sits there. And I'm like, oh, your ass is mine. Right? So I'm trying to have a balancing effect here and see if this can't help in more times than not, the less crack addict shaking. Now, I did make my first 80-yard shot the other day. You want to see it?
Sure.
I'll put it in Master B.
Do you use a variety of different arrows as well?
Now, I only use one type of arrow for now. I can use different arrows if I wanted to, but these arrows I set up purposely for my bow, draw length, draw weight.
Cool.
So yeah, so back in the day they were talking about ether, but it was just ball believers arguing amongst themselves about ether. Now it's flat earthers arguing internally about ether. Isn't it nuts?
How did we just jump from my 80-yard shot to ether again?
Gotta have something to round the show out with.
You ain't rounding it out. Did you put up
He
my
forgot the
damn
segue.
shot?
Dude, we already gave a segue for his bows into the horizon, being the Sagittah and Sagittarius and the Bowman and the Apex Arc and the Cord.
It was on screen with Andrew Thomas Young's diagram of a globe Earth looking like exactly that. When you were talking about it last time, it was just beautifully timed with the slides.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Not you.
Did you put up my 80-yard shot?
No, I thought we'd moved past this about 20 minutes ago.
Not 20. It's only like 2 minutes ago. You said, go ahead, send it. I put it up there. You might as well round it out. I was pretty proud of that shot. My first one at 80.
Is it in Master B?
Yeah.
Yeah, but did you measure that distance with a laser rangefinder? That's the question.
I did.
You've caused my PC to slow down. God damn it. Here we go.
What happened?
This goat-looking thing, yeah?
That goat-looking thing, yeah. That goat-looking thing, yes.
That's a funny target.
Well, it's about 8 years old. It's been sitting out there 8 years behind a company my buddy works for, but it worked.
Very
Now,
good.
those other 2 arrows are my buddy's arrows, the one beneath it and the one that shot him in the foot. My arrow is right near the pump station.
I don't see a third. I can see the one in the foot and the one in the wood cutout, presumably a kill shot.
Yes, that one was mine right there.
Where's the third?
The third one is beneath its belly. If you come straight down from underneath its belly, you'll see the fletching sticking out.
Oh, I see it. It's not in. It's missed. Okay, very good. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, right.
Hey, John, how much did you lead that? How much did you lead that target due to Earth spin?
It didn't have the 4 prerequisites that are required to take that into account.
What are they?
They are an inertial non-spinning reference frame, a non-inertial spinning reference frame, a object flying in a straight path, and lastly, an observer standing in the spinning non-inertial reference frame.
So an inertial reference frame, a non-inertial spinning reference frame, an object travelling in a straight path through the inertial reference frame, and an observer on the non-inertial spinning reference frame observing said straight path look curved.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could I ask about that? The straight path, in terms of the plane, yeah? Does that path have to be straight? I know specifically within terms of the definition, but for you to still see the plane bend, it could still be flying in a non-straight path, and then any curve be accentuated or deviated from the actual path. So you see a deviation from the known path from your perspective. Does the path have to be straight? And it's a genuine question, that, John.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be. It would be probably a little squirrely to detect the deflection, not actual deflection, by the way.
Yeah. So it's cool. I genuinely didn't know that within the definition it had to be straight, or whether you could have because even if it's curving, you're still going to see a apparent deflection from its path that you would have known. It's going to look different, isn't it, due to the rotation of you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thanks for that. I didn't have a straight answer there.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That
It doesn't
would
matter
be
if
even funnier, right?
It doesn't matter if the target is doing loop-de-loops. The description is of the not actual path it takes, and you observe. In other words, the fact that you're observing it seem to do something it isn't because you're turning beneath. That's the description of Coriolis Effect. So where QE says it's squirrely, it's because it wouldn't fit into a really nice... And it's not even that concise when you have to describe the 4 prerequisite circumstances to have the effect in the first place. Well, the most classical description of it with an item travelling in a straight line as you observe it seemed to take a curved path. That's just the, if you like, classical description of it. But it doesn't mean that when you're describing a plane travelling through the air, the path that you see it seem to take, but it isn't really, could be called Coriolis Effect. It's just not as easy to describe because the plane's moving, it's got wind, and it's not necessarily on a fixed straight path at that moment in time. So yeah, it gets real squirrely real quick. All that matters is that Coriolis Effect, which is what they claim Earth has, is you seeing it seem to do something it isn't.
One last thing, Nathan.
One last what?
I've posted something in the after show live chat.
Okay. I don't know how to get
It's
to
just
that.
an interaction with not a normal person because it's on an alternative news site, so they are awake to certain things. But you get very similar responses from, general globies.
Does anyone know how to get to that? Can someone post it in Skype?
It's just for people to look at to see what, more regular people say, rather than pseudo-globian numpties that we'd have to deal with.
Where is it? It's in the main chat in Discord?
No, it's on the voice channel. If you click on the voice channel, top right, there's a speech mark, and that's the live chat in after show.
You call them pseudo-globian numpties. I like that.
I chuckled at that chocolate. No.
I like it. This guy knows more about what's going on. So where is it again?
It's the live chat attached to the voice. So if you click on the voice channel and all of the tiles come up with the speakers on, at the top right of that window there's a speech bubble, and if you click that, it brings up the live
I have
chat.
no idea what you're talking about. Sorry about that. I accidentally hit the wrong button.
They have linked you to it.
Open chat.
Got it?
You have to be special. Why didn't you just put it in the main chat? Just put it in the main chat. How about that?
Have you got it?
No, I don't.
I've got it.
I was about to say, don't get it for him, then he can't round out because it's driving crazy, leaving a loose end like that.
I don't know how to present it though.
Round out. We need 4 more hours, man.
It will take too long for everyone to read. It's just so people can look at it afterwards, maybe.
Okay.
I would appreciate any criticism, though.
I'm your man. Who's your what's your name in here?
Nidhogger.
Oh, Nidhogger, what's up? Stop sending me crazy messages, man.
I thought you wanted to keep apprised of the Etherites.
The Etherites. That's okay.
They were Witsit was there, and they were calling you out on things.
Calling me out.
So I sent you the timestamp.
Calling me out. What are they high?
And Witsit wasn't defending him?
Oh, okay. Let's have this in a way that I can listen to it. Can someone stick it in Skype? The link with the timestamp.
What link?
Let's have a listen.
Oh, does he have something on? Hold on a second.
Well, if
It was
somebody's
only
going to
a
talk
text
bad
message.
about,
I didn't
I'll be
link to the
back in a
video.
moment.
I was going to say, if somebody's going to talk bad about me, I'd prefer them to do it behind my back so they don't hurt my feelings.
Yes, you
Just
could
so
have
I
at
get- I
least
get
said
that.
that.
Nice.
Anybody? Has anybody grabbed it? I'm hoping someone can grab the link and stick it in Master B.
All right, I'll go and try. Where did he say it is?
You know when you get the camera view in Discord? No, clearly not. Nidhugger, can you post the link again for the Ether discussion? Because this is something we're addressing head on Saturday. So,
Wait, is this a preemptive? Is this a preemptive strike? I just got back. Sorry. Is this a preemptive strike?
I'm gonna find out if someone can post me the link. I just don't know why I'm around Discord.
I posted it in the same after show chat. It's just a timestamp and the date. I'm not sure what number of 24/7 it is because I sent it from QE's perspective, so it's in his time zone.
7th of August.
Just put. Okay, listen. I'm in main chat. All right. Okay, we got Jim Jam 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 1830. I don't have a link here. There's no link.
No, sorry, I don't know what episode it is.
Oh goodness gracious!
Have a quick look, QE. You'll find it.
painful.
Have a quick look.
The time is your time zone. So at 18:30 yesterday, whatever show was running at 18:30 yesterday.
That'll take me at least 10 minutes to find. I don't know what show that was.
Can't you figure it out from 18:30 yesterday? What time was 18:30?
No, it doesn't go like that.
Yeah, it does. Time's normal everywhere.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
I said no, it doesn't.
Yeah, all you got to do is they go in 12-hour increments usually.
Yeah, I know they do. Thank you for that. Why don't you go find it then?
Last but one. Yeah, I'll go and get it.
That would be 1930
Anyway, just a word to everybody in this arena. Timestamping something is not that hard. It's easy to learn how to do it. If you're on a PC, there's no excuse. If you're on a mobile device, it's not that hard either.
Exactly.
So if you're going to bring something up, you're going to bring it with you. Have that in the chamber.
How many hours ago was it 18:30? Is it the one from 6 hours ago that's 11 hours long?
6:30. Yeah, that would work. I think. It's only
Jim
6
Jam
hours
posted
plus
something.
12.
Hold us. Jim Jam posted something. Hold on a second. Did you timestamp this, Jim Jam?
No, I'm just guessing that is the one that would have had it. I don't know.
So
where in that video it will be.
So what's the time hack on this link?
It was on about 18:30 yesterday, your time.
That doesn't help me none.
There.
Oh my God! Did somebody just say I was there?
Yep.
I need the timestamp on this link. I don't care what your favorite color is, where you were.
Down.
Just give it. What the hell?
We'll figure it out.
It's 25:51, I believe, the video.
Yeah,
25:51.
Yes.
And my favorite color is purple.
Do you have the link, Nathan?
Yes. Do you want 25:51 link? I just don't have a timestamp. I'm scrubbing my way through.
Who you talking to?
You. All I've got is a link to that show.
You're talking to me. For what? I'm not presenting the link.
If you're going to play it, Nathan, I think it's +6 for us because of daylight saving.
Oh, brother.
+6.
So
Okay,
that
let me
video
explain
started
this.
18 hours ago.
Let me explain something to you. Shut up.
So it's 2
Shut
a.m.
up. We've got a link. It is 11 hours, 41 minutes, 58 seconds long. We have from 00:00:00 to 11:41:58. Where in the hell in that time span should we start it? Easy. Goodness.
Somewhere in between those. What's the time you're
Anywhere in
now?
between that.
What's the time where you are now, Kiwi?
What? This is
some funny shit.
How many flat earthers does it take to screw in a light bulb?
All of them.
Oh man, I was about to say one, and then like they just hold the light bulb and the Earth rotates around it, but that's closer.
I'm dying over here.
We're still not any closer, are we?
I think they mean that the recording starts at 12. So whatever, it's from 12 to 12. So whatever time you are in will be there. It doesn't make any sense. You need a timestamp.
Yes, we need the timestamp. Thank you.
Okay, friends, I reviewed it. It literally starts at the beginning. The beginning is 5:30, and it's 6:30 Eastern. So it starts at the beginning of the recording.
So you just want Nathan to begin at the beginning?
I haven't perused the whole thing. I think it goes on for about 30 minutes. Obviously, they're chatting before this, but starting at the beginning is sufficient, I think. So
You get
some of
that,
the
Nathan?
conversation is on the previous episode, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think he was saying this part is where they specifically reference QE, isn't it? What he was trying to convey.
Right, but he said it was 6:30, right? QE's time. And that thing says 5:30, which is 1 hour difference because of where Helio lives. So it should be correct.
Helio lives in the same time zone as me.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't think about the timestamp at the time, and I don't know how to do it.
Oh, that ends that.
Dank said timestamp 000. So start at the beginning. Nathan, you there?
Just 1 sec. I'm just dealing with something.
Okay.
1 sec.
I'm
Have you ever
listening to
tried to
something
herd
Ether
cats?
like about 6 hours in.
Anyway, I think there should be a new rule that you're not allowed to be anywhere unless you know how to do a timestamp. Are you at the grocery store? Go home and learn how to do a timestamp.
Well, what if you're at home? Well, hold on, what if you're at home? How would you go home and learn how to do a timestamp if you're already at home? I feel like there's a paradox developing.
I will find it, and then we can look at it next time.
We want to hear it now.
Yeah, we got QE all worked up. Like,
Nah, I'm okay. Today's a good day. I'm fine. Think you're barking up the wrong tree. And this is one big ass tree.
But I'll sum it up.
I bet you. I'll go ahead. Sorry.
Basically, it goes like this. If light is such, and if light does so-and-so like so-and-so, then therefore this, right? So you got to prove the if, you got to prove the such and such, and you got to prove the so-and-so before your conclusion follows of a necessity, which none of them have done, which is the critique that I gave them. And it's a challenge
such
to
and
show
such
to
and
me
so
the
and so
evidence
sound
that
like
the
great
so-and-so and
arguments.
such and such. No, yeah, but you could fill anything into those premises, you know. But those premises have to be proven true in the first instance. Otherwise, you just have essentially an affirming the consequent.
Well, isn't it easier just to attack the other person's convention and then claim they're a religious fanatic? Like, call them atomists because they, particle conception to convey information. Wouldn't it just be easier to attack them on that grounds and not actually deal with anything you're claiming? Attack the person that's attacking your claim?
Yes, that would be easier.
I mean, that's the road I would take if I was a religious zealot. That's what I would stick to.
I'm glad you're not one of those.
Right, there's that natural silence I need. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting my Gofundme campaign up, woohoo, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.